for half an hour lunch. Then after lunch, we're going to continue to run about somewhere between 4 and 5 this afternoon. Of the speakers, the previous few speakers, thank you very much. You all stayed within your time constraints. Thank you. That just makes my job much easier. The thing is, why we're always pushing for time is we have people from around the world that locks into a time frame, and we want to accommodate them as well. They're sitting somewhere in the world. They've set their alarm to come and listen to one specific topic, and now they're waiting for us. So that's what we're trying to do. All right, we have to start, unfortunately. So next up, our first and only lady for today. I don't know why, but thank you very much for coming, Marita. We're all looking forward to hearing from you. She's going to tell us something about him and a very beautiful project that's happening here in Cape Town. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Okay, that's not me. Hanu, that presentation is not mine.
Right, let me just go and run to the guys in the back. Guys, do you have the right presentation for us there, please? Sorry about that, Marita. We're trying to sort that out quickly.
No problem.
Marita, we just have a bit of a glitch here. We're trying to sort it out as soon as possible. Sorry about that.
No.
All right, everybody, we just have a technical difficulty. We're trying to sort it out. You all can move into your seats, and we will start shortly. Marita, maybe you can come down and talk to me and whisper in my ear. Everybody, sorry about that. Also for the people around the world that's been locked in, sorry. We're trying to sort it out speedily.
heat island effect. Every concrete slab we pour today is a carbon debt our children will have to pay back with interest. It is therefore time to stop building monuments to the past and start growing the infrastructure of the future. The solution requires a fundamental shift in how we source materials. Traditional construction relies on extraction, mining raw minerals and firing kilns at over 1,000 degrees Celsius. We are replacing that industrial heat with solar energy. Through photosynthesis, timber and hemp inhale CO2 and exhale oxygen, converting atmospheric carbon into high-performance cellulose. We need to stop thinking of buildings as static objects and start seeing them as permanent carbon vaults. When we build with mass timber and hempcrete, the carbon captured during the plant's growth is locked into the building for its entire lifespan. While the world looks for expensive mechanical ways to suck carbon out of the air through systems like DAC, we are doing it through architecture. The speed of this renewal is what matches the pace of the African urbanization. While a tree takes 20 years to mature, industrial hemp is ready in just 4 months. This creates a biocircular economy that feeds itself rather than exhausting its source. Let's look at the anatomy of this synergy. We treat the building as a living organism where the skeleton and the skin have distinct roles. The skeleton consists of mass timber structure, high-performance glulam trusses coupled with CLT floor plates and wall plates. The skin is hempcrete. It provides a monolithic, breathable internal envelope with high thermal mass and insulation, regulating the internal climate naturally while protecting the timber from moisture and fire. Let's do the math. For every cubic meter of timber we grow into this building, we are locking away roughly 1 ton of atmospheric CO2. When you add the sequestration of the hemp skin, the entire footprint of the building moves from low carbon to carbon negative over the lifespan of the building. Just for interest's sake, some actual numbers from 82H. Glulam, 240 cubes used. CLT, 400 cubes used. Hemp, 133 cubes used. That brings us to a total of 619 tons of CO2 sequestered. Here is our skeleton in motion. Glulam, or glued laminated timber, and CLT, or cross-laminated timber, are both engineered wood products made by bonding wood layers, but they differ significantly in grain direction, application, and structural behavior, making both a necessity for our skeleton. Glulam performs well as high-strength beams and columns, while CLT offers large, rigid, two-way strength panels for walls, floors, and roofs. This skeleton is lightweight enough to sit atop an existing building, but strong enough to allow for open-plan, column-free interiors and reduced concrete framing and foundations. The hempcrete skin, a biocomposite of hemp sheath and lime binder, used as blocks or precast panels. The latter are craned into position and fixed to the timber structure using steel-angled brackets. Gaps are caulked in using a drier hempcrete mix, and both blocks and panels then receive a scratch coat and final coat of lime plaster, sealed with an organic, breathable, penetrative sealer, ensuring the hemp and lime continues to breathe and absorb CO2 for the rest of its lifespan. Both a pragmatic and a poetic interior finish. Let's look more closely at the case studies. 84H, also known as the Hemp Hotel, wasn't just a construction project. It was a global proof of concept. Widely recognized as the world's tallest building constructed using hemp as a primary building material, it proved that bio-based construction isn't limited to small rural cottages. It can scale up into a skyscraper in a dense urban CBD. This was a flagship for the circular economy, born from the synergy between our practice, Hemporium, and Afrimat Hemp. Beyond the records, the performance is what really matters to the occupants. The walls provide exceptional acoustic insulation from the busy streets below and a natural humidity regulation that concrete cannot offer. It moved sustainable architecture from a boutique niche to a mainstream commercial reality. It showed the world that Cape Town is not just adopting green trends. We are setting the global standard for what a carbon-neutral skyscraper looks like. We utilized prefabricated hempcrete blocks to aim for a carbon-neutral footprint, with the hemp sequestering more carbon during its growth phase than what's emitted during the construction process. For 84H, we still had to import hemp from Europe, but we are thrilled to say that the future projects will be utilizing proudly South African-grown hemp, since our local hemp fields are well on their way and growing strong. The lighter hempcrete blocks afforded us a leaner concrete structure, slender columns and slabs without the need for crossbeams. Hempcrete blocks were used for the acoustic and fire-rated dividing walls, and timber stud work with tongue and groove timber wall cladding formed the internal partition walls. We further mitigated the use of concrete slabs by adding thermally activated building systems, or TABs. This was another first for South African first for 84H, the first application of this system in a residential multi-story building. TABs is a sustainable heating and cooling system that embed water-carrying pipes within a building's structural concrete slabs. By using the building's concrete structure as a thermal storage element, TABs provide efficient radiant heating and cooling, reducing energy consumption and operational costs by up to 30%. If 84H was about reaching new heights, 82 Harrington is about reaching new levels of engineering sophistication. Oh, sorry, I've skipped a slide there. It's a bit stuck. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorry about that. 84H is about reaching new levels of engineering sophistication. The challenge here was urban densification, adding additional floors to an existing four-story reinforced concrete building without obstructing the floor plan with central columns or bulking up the existing foundations and structure. The solution was a massive 12-meter span truss system. These trusses are nearly 5 meters deep and integrate a central triangular opening for a passageway between apartments, a beautiful example of structure and architecture becoming one. But the real lesson here is that timber is not a religion. We embraced a hybrid approach. While timber provided the lightweight vertical frame, we added new reinforced concrete shear walls to handle the full seismic load of both the original building and the new extension. Because South African SANS codes provide limited guidance for timber at this scale, our engineering teams at Human Associates and European timber experts Perman Jung adopted Eurocode 5 for the detailed design. We used precision connectors, moving beyond basic hardware to ensure total structural integrity. This is a blueprint for how we can densify our cities responsibly. We used a strategic material mix for the 12-meter spanning glulam trusses, high-density eucalyptus for the high-stress bottom chords, and South African pine for the remaining members. Connections of pre-drilled steel plates into timber slots and hundreds of thousands of steel pins driven into aligned holes assembled the truss members, while the connections between trusses and concrete shear walls or steel columns were executed using proprietary brackets and fixings. The CLT floor plates of 175 mils thick, spanning 4.2 meters between trusses, together with the CLT structural wall panels of, on average, 155 mils thick, Distribute the horizontal loads to the concrete shear walls using diaphragm action. We used 110 mm thick hempcrete blocks to add the required acoustic, thermal, and fire rating requirements as the skin to the CLT walls, while the precast 240 mm thick hemp panels stand proud as the internal non-load-bearing dividing walls, again acting as the acoustic and fire-rated barrier between units. Now, to take a look at the hard numbers. We aren't choosing these materials just because they feel right. We choose them because they outperform the status quo. In grey construction, you start with a carbon debt of roughly 600 kilograms per square meter. At Harrington Street, we flipped that to a credit of negative 120 kilograms. Our buildings are carbon vaults. Then there's a thermal battery effect. In the South African climate, hempcrete's high thermal mass and low conductivity regulate internal temperatures naturally, a massive selling point as energy costs soar. By reducing the weight of the primary structure with timber, we minimize the concrete foundations needed for the extension, further reducing the total embodied carbon. Finally, these walls are breathable. Unlike brick and mortar with synthetic finishes, this system is vapor permeable, preventing mold and creating indoor air quality that traditional buildings simply cannot match. Now, let's talk about the pioneer's tax. In theory, the synergy of mass timber and hemp is an efficiency powerhouse. On paper, we promised shorter construction timelines because of the prefabricated nature of mass timber and hemp panels. We promised reduced material wastage because of the precision of the Lego block assembly. But reality has a way of complicating the most beautiful spreadsheets. In the South African context, being the first to execute a complex biocomposite system at this scale meant we weren't just building a project, we were building an entire supply chain and a regulatory precedent simultaneously. Our first lesson, logistics of the new. In a dense CBD like Cape Town, your site is your biggest constraint. While CLT is fast to erect, it requires precise crane timing and a staging area that Harrington Street simply doesn't have. We learned that efficiency in biocomposites is actually a game of high-stake Tetris. The skill set gap. For a precisely designed and pre-assembled mass timber structure to be erected on top of needle-like steel columns, 5 stories up, in Cape Town wind and weather, in 28 days, an expert with a proven track record is essential. The precision required for a glue lamp frame is unforgiving. There is no fixing it in the plaster later. You need the experts. And for hemp, you cannot simply hire a hemp crew in South Africa. You have to train one. We realized early on that the transition from traditional wet works to biocomposite assembly requires a mental shift for the workforce, the consultants, and every subcontractor involved. Our third lesson, research and design reality. We anticipated the breathability of hemp, but we had to respect the local climate. Managing the drying times of hempcrete in the Cape's humidity while simultaneously pushing the timber structure upward taught us that our construction schedule needed to be as breathable as our walls. And while we were pushing a fast-track construction program, every aspect had to be tested along the way. From the fire-rated certifications, lateral stability test, fixings, acoustic testing, adhesions of materials, to crack repair methodologies. But the takeaway is, the tax we paid in time and learning on 84 Harrington is exactly what allowed 82 Harrington to be more refined. We didn't just build 2 hotels. We wrote a manual for the next developer to do it faster and cheaper. Innovation is currently being throttled by a regulatory vacuum. Our South African national standards, the SANS 10400, were written for concrete or small timber frames. They don't account for mass timber skyscrapers. This forces every project into an expensive rational design pathway where we must prove fire safety and seismic stability from first principles. This increases professional fees and extends the approval timelines. Then there is the green premium, roughly 10 to 15% over traditional concrete. This gap exists because our supply chains are young and we still rely on imported expertise. But, as we saw at 84 and 82 Harrington, the premium drops as the methodology is refined. As local hemp processing and timber lamination scale up, and as we move from custom designs to standardized details, the professional fees will drop. We must frame this not as an initial capex cost, but as a long-term OPEX investment in energy efficiency and asset value. To reach Cape Town's 2050 carbon neutrality goal, our regulations must catch up with our ambitions. We propose 3 strategic action pillars to the city. First, your administrative acceleration or green fast-tracking. A dedicated green fast-track window that guarantees plan approval in 5 days for certified biocomposite projects. Time is a developer's greatest cost. If a building is carbon negative, its plan approval should enter the 5-day priority lane currently reserved for industrial investments. If the aim of prefab, lightweight construction is to fast-track on-site construction, meaning less disruption for the city and impact on the day-to-day, then surely approvals can also be fast-tracked. Secondly, automatic incentives through incentive overlay zones. Creating green overlay zones where developers receive automatic density bonuses for sequestering carbon. If you are sequestering carbon in the urban fabric, the city should allow you to do more of it through automatic density bonuses, meaning increased bulk and floor factors. Third, standardization. Adopting the Eurocode 5 into local regulations provides a clear rulebook for engineers. We need to move from rational design to deemed to satisfy standards. By localizing Eurocode 5 and creating standardized details for timber concrete hybrids, we eliminate the need for costly international consultants. The result. The pioneer's dividend. Reduce risk, lower costs, and the rapid scaling of carbon-negative urban densification. We want to turn the pioneer's tax into the pioneer's dividend, making the sustainable choice the most pragmatic choice. In the eyes of the world, the eyes of the sustainable world are on us. With Brazil hosting the COP30 and passing landmark legislation to privilege bio-based materials, the Global South is leading the climate conversation. We aren't just importing CLT from Europe, we are refining these systems for our own climates and labor markets. While the Global North focuses on automated factories, we are pioneering labor-intensive, high-precision hybrid systems using local species like eucalyptus. Much like Brazil, South Africa has unique biodiversity and vast agricultural potential. If our government adopts a timber-first policy for public infrastructure, similar to Brazil's procurement mandates, we create the guaranteed demand needed to crash costs. We are creating a CapeTown protocol for biocomposite construction, perfectly suited for the rapidly urbanizing hubs of Africa. We are positioning ourselves as the lead consultants for the entire continent's green transition. As we wrap up, I want to return to our core idea. that our journey towards sustainable cities must be both poetic and deeply pragmatic. At Harrington Street, we've proven that the synergy between timber and hemp is a robust, high-performance solution to the most pressing challenge of our era. We've shown that we can build structures that actually heal the environment as they grow. But more importantly, we've shown that South Africa has the expertise and the audacity to lead the global conversation. We aren't waiting for the world to tell us how to build green. We are defining it here in our own CBD. The pioneer's tax has been paid. The methodology is mapped. The materials are ready. We no longer have the excuse that it is too experimental. Let's get to work.
Marietta, baie dankie. And sorry about that hiccup.
No problem.
But it's very positive. It's very sad that our deputy mayor was not here, I think. But thank you very much.
I'll send it to him.
Do that. Last night I met somebody very quickly, and he said to me, his name is Gunnar. And I said, my name is Hanu. And we realized we have the names that come from the same region, very far from here, from Finland all the way. Thank you very much, Gunnar. Norway, sorry. Why do I have Finland? Sorry, Norway. My mistake. For us here, it's almost the same. That wasn't disrespectful. It was just a joke. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you for start getting known to people, and also thank you for Curatel Group and George and Robert inviting me. It's a real honor. So I will talk about two projects we did recently. One is still ongoing, and what we do is to build a new museum of the Viking age, because in Norway we are famous for our Viking traditions, and we have a World Heritage treasure with the old Viking ships who's going to be taken care of. And this new building, build it into the old one, was a really big challenge to try to get. Sometimes we aim for highlights projects, and in Norway we have two factories who is manufacturing, so it's important for us to understand the architect's brain and the spirit, so we can get it in the real when it comes to practice. This is a tradition where we have the frame, the ribs, in the bottom of the ships. And in 1,000 years ago, they didn't have the glue like we have now, so they were actually digging out the roots of the tree and used correct angles to build their boats. And the new museum, where they wanted to have it like upside down, but we cannot do it simple, so we have to do it really challenged. It has to be a circle. The circle, the top of the roof has to be 2 meter increasing, so it starts in left side and increase 2 meter on the top. And all should be fabricated. And when I started to try to get the contract, I didn't know how to solve it, to be honest. But courage, it's called. And we ended up getting the contract, not the cheapest one, but I thought we managed to get in the mind of the architect and the entrepreneur, so they understood that we could solve it. The tricky thing was a huge amount of angles who has to be taken care of. It all should be prefabricated, and the concrete wall the steel brackets were fixed on was 6 meter high. And from experience we know that the concrete is not that precise as wood, so we had to let the concrete people go in front of us. And then after we had a laser and we scanned the whole building. And then we could weld every single steel bracket for each element. And totally it was 210 different pieces of glulam, which has to be prefabricated. The museum is in Oslo, and it's in a living area, so you don't have much space. And in Norway, in the autumn, we also have terrible weather, really. And okay, we had to start, and we did a fully sized mock-up at our factory, so everyone could come and see. We learned a lot of the mock-up, how we did it. The entrepreneur, the engineer, the people on site, our team who assembled it, also did a lot of improvements by sea and come and experience how you actually should do it on site. We only had 3 months. I said Christmas Eve I want to close the book and concentrate on family, and we started in the 9th of September. So those 3 months had a really hectic period, but it started with good preparations ahead, really well, and it was a good thing to do. We see here, okay, let's play the video. Thank you. Let me see, I will have another picture here. Here you can see the roof more or less finished. Now the stone is completely covered the whole roof, and the big elements were up to 18 meters long. And we couldn't have a top of the roof which was going up and down, so the team of our engineers, they actually made a mathematic method so we could calculate, so we could check every axe that it was in perfect position. So when the guy who was putting on the tiles managed to do it perfect. So that was also a big thing we didn't was aware of in the beginning, but with our team it was a really good way to do it. So now we will go over till a new project coming up here. This is a super special, project as well. Now it leads us back to the Viking time again, as we started the presentation. This is a cabin on the west of Norway, really much out of the coast. So we don't have that much snow problems, we have a lot of wind. And this should be done by using, where should I point this? Yeah, we should build the structure in the cabin, should be built with roots. They didn't allow us to glue together the curved angles. So when the architect was at the screen, they could see a nice figure, the columns and the root perfectly shaped up to the beams. And then I was told that I had to go out and find the trees who had this perfect shape. So I was out in the Norwegian forest in like 1 meter snow, because it's when you do this with solid wood, you have to do it when the sap is out of the tree, and that is in the winter, because then we reduce the cracks in the pole. So I was out in the forest. We need a lot of yes men around us. So the forest man, he thought I was a bit crazy when I said I need the trees with the roots in. Okay, so we cut some trees, but it was hard to find the correct angle. But after a while, I managed to see I should go on a just flat area, but not so much soil. So it should be some stone or sand under, so the roots were coming down and go perfectly out. And then we had to cut them. We cut the trees 4 meters above the ground, rip them out. I had to bring them down from the forest to the road, and then I got to the timberman who has the timber truck. I said, can you do this for me? Bring them to our sawmill? No, it's not easy, but okay, he did it. So we cut 70 trees like this. And we had to, in one root, you find big stones, 50 kilos, 60 kilos. So it's crazy how much work it is. But it was really a good thing, and I learned a lot. We then, after we rough cutted them, we took a scan, and we scanned the root where we assumed that it was perfect. And we took the scan and then covered over the drawing from the architect. And when we had the right position, just print screen, and how to say, then the robot start working. And we ended up with most of the roots were perfectly shaped, and it was super precise, because in between each support we should have a ceiling. That also had to be done in a curved way. So it should fall on each root to get the perfect look. Okay, there it is. There we can see, the roots are up in the roof, and the base, the square base, was precisely cut, and then it was robotized where it meets the beams, and the ceiling was also done the same way. We glued panels of the ceiling, and we machined them with the robots, and we perfectly hit each root in a system like the architect wanted. We also had a big challenge, not a challenge, but everyone, even the engineers from Switzerland, SJB, they were skeptic about, or not skeptic, did we manage to do it strong enough? There, because from the root we had 6 meter free span, more or less. And there was only a small detail with a steel bolt who was in a special solution made by the Herman Blomer, and there was a spring in the bottom, so the roof, when the strong wind come, wouldn't just blow up, but it was stand still. But it should also have a tolerance of 57 millimeter when we loaded 7 ton out on the tip. So everyone was so excited when we loaded 1 ton by 1 ton, and we measured how much zinc there will be in the roof, and we actually managed to make the roof 10 millimeters stronger than calculated. So everyone was super happy about this. And it was also, we had to do some bouwboegen in the roof as well to keep the strength. And it was really a carpentry, and we learned a lot, and it also shows that we can use the old tradition way to get a really modern, nice cabin for people to enjoy. So that's all for me, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gunnar. We really appreciate that, and that looks beautiful. It really does. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. And sorry about that Finland thing before. He actually said to me this morning he had an interview on the radio in Norway, and I don't know why I mixed it up with Finland. I'm really sorry about that. It's like I'm coming from South Africa, and then people tell me, oh, you are from Africa. I know somebody in Ethiopia. Do you know him? It's actually happened to me before. So, sorry about that. Guys, next up, we have Richard Stratton. He's going to tell us a bit more, and we are going along. Slowly, we're going towards lunch. Thank you very much, and we are actually very good in time. Thank you, Richard. Where are you? I can't see you. Oh, there you are. Thank you very much.
Gula, I don't know how some little guy from Durban follows that, but anyway, I'm going to give this a go. The contents is confused youth, early projects, furniture things, architectural projects, and the future with hopefully some more finding out. I studied architecture in the 1980s in Durban. I found it really confusing. Buildings were really weird, and I didn't understand why they looked like they looked. Lots of people in the environment I was learning and were very good at what they did, and they spoke really complicated language, and they wrote poems and stories about their buildings, and I didn't understand it. So I had the kind of misfortune of my dad dying before I finished university, and he was an architect. I ran his practice for 2 years and studied to finish the jobs he was on, and then I went away, and I traveled to Melbourne and Southeast Asia, and I worked in a restaurant as a kitchen hand, and I handled a lot of food. And then when I came back to South Africa, I went looking for a project instead of a job, and I found somebody who was prepared to employ somebody with very little experience, who had done a deal with tourism, KZN Tourism at Lake Sabaya, to do some public-private partnership development work on build some ecotourism lodges. Have I got this wrong? Okay. So we ended up in the bush with very few resources, no electricity, building some buildings. First lesson I learned there was you need local materials and local skills, because there is only that. There was fortunately a sawmill a few 10, 20 kilometers away. We could get wood. There were gum poles, and there was a tradition of craft using grass and reed. Is there another clicker?
Maybe you just don't have a touch, or the batteries must be flat. Let's have a look.
Okay.
There we go.
So the
Give it a good shake.
Yeah, give it a shake, like my remote. So the buildings were simple, hey, like this was simple architecture, working with people with not too much skill. I was the only skilled person there. I was 24 years old, or 25, or 26, I can't remember. It was 1996, Hanu, and there was a timber building being built. Sure. We ended up with some basic little structures built in the bush. The second lesson was work with who you have. Use available skills, use indigenous knowledge, use local craft, and craft what you can. There it is, 1996, the date on my camera.
I'm trying to see if I can get you some new batteries for that clicker.
The back is screwed on, so I can't. Okay, so following that...
Sorry, Richard, I'm just going to interrupt you there. The guys here can click, so just lift your hand and they will click for you. Thank you very
Cool.
much. Sorry about that.
No, don't worry. Not yet. All right, so...
One, please, guys. Go back one.
So, no, that one's cool. So 1998, following that work, I encountered another guy who had a piece of land on Lake St. Lucia, also in northern KwaZulu-Natal, who wanted a lodge. He had the environmental permissions. We decided to build the building in timber, light, very remote access site, very... so we actually prefabricated a lot of this building. Next. We prefabricated the trusses in Durban, and we made a hollow section timber column which interlocked with the top beams and interlocked with the floor structure. We made door and window systems with internal sliding glass doors and external screens. We next, please. Yeah, put the roof on. No, yes, thanks. And in building, and that ended up, actually, I get really involved in the buildings. We do a lot of the time. I ended up hanging upside down off trusses and installing, next please, an awning system on the outside of the building. So this is the second building I ever built. We had a contractor on site. They were quite good at what they did. Their responsibility was to assemble the building and install the panels. Everything else we were prefabricating in Durban. This was 1998. Next slide, please. There were some residential sort of accommodation units. And then in 2002, they called us back to build one more unit to install while they were now an operational lodge. So we prefabricated this entire unit in a workshop that I had in Durban. There was one or two complications that caught me out. Just timber moves a little bit. We actually had a Seligna structure, a gum structure, that interlocked over a pine beam system and pine trusses, and then the infill panels of walls. Next, please. And then, you know, I really enjoyed developing the structural continuity of the building and all the interlocking joints. There were no brackets. It was just bolted joints. Next, please. So at the same time, I started a workshop in Durban making furniture and small projects. And we focused on Seligna because the gum was, it's a plantation timber. Next, please. I had a little retail store in my house. I had an office at the back. I slept in one bedroom, and everything was work. We used to do evening events where I had chefs come in and use the things that we had designed. And it was a really fun time in my life. It was youthful and really ambitious and totally naive. Next, please. We developed furniture out of Seligna. I was warned by everybody that Seligna moves so much that your furniture rearranges itself overnight. We developed methods of being really careful and accurate. Next, please. We worked in workshops. I'll tell you more about this later. Next, please. This is poplar, so finding stands of invasive poplar and building tables and things like that. Next, please. And then we got a little bit more refined with the furniture. This, I think, was key art. This range was pretty Philly. It was quite fun. Next, please. Building tables and sideboards and desks. Next, please. And then this was actually a table that I called the ox wagon. I wanted the sense of modernity, but still looked like it fell off an ox wagon. Next, please. The timber came from a log of hard pear that I purchased from Neisner Sales. Next, please. And it did so many things that one big log built so many pieces of furniture. It was such fun. We started messing around in the mid-2000s with CNC fabrication. Did a piece we called the linen fold that was designed to look like a tablecloth over a table without a tablecloth. Next, please. It managed to go to a few exhibitions at the same time, working with flat pack, making a bench we called the slow chair, also referring to traditional furniture design concepts like the rimpi, as the leather woven leather seating that you see there. Next, please. And then we built these two out of walnut, American walnut. It was just such fun with the grain and the working of the faces. Next, please. Then, going into using birch ply for the same designs, but doing more cost-effective details. Next, please. And then, so when we had the shop, some guy came in one day and bought all the furniture. He cleared the shop out. And then he said, I've got a project for you. Can you come and join me and come for a drive? And we ended up in the lower Drakensberg of KwaZulu-Natal. I honestly think the Drakensberg is the most under-touristed place in the world with such beauty. There were a couple of existing buildings. You can see the two on the edge of that green circle, and the little one off to the right. The rest are, and then a reservoir to the left. Next, please. The process was to build as much as we could on site using local skills and trade. Next, please. So we built a solar kiln. We cleared a lot of alien timbers. We dried them in that solar kiln there that you can see in the distance. Next. And then we milled the wood in the fields. Next. We developed construction techniques which were completely wayward. Next. Everything just worked out as you go. Sort of combining Fear-and-Deal trusses with Comaldalensis beams and using them as flinch plates. Next. You can see in the floor there, the floor beams are flinch beams with steel plates laminated between them. The middle lamination stepped up to receive the joists of the floor. Next, please. And the construction system coming together with the beams being lifted. Yeah. And then the ceilings were 2 layers of 6mm birch ply laminated between foam, which could span the 2.4 meters of the truss centers. So we didn't need purlins. We just needed thin bits of wood to provide space between the ceiling and the roof sheeting to run some cabling in. Next, please. The building was a nice hybrid building using simple metal brackets, timber out of the fields, and a stone and plaster combination sealed with a stain. Next, please. The inside was quite satisfactory. We also used full tree trunks for the main columns of the structure on the ground floor. Next. And the interior became quite refined, and the structure just became less and less of an aesthetic as the building got fitted out. Next. The collection of buildings had a really beautiful consistency to them. Next, please. And I particularly like these two workshops that we built as new to fit in with the existing. And the architectural language just became a real consistency. Next, please. And the joins between the brackets and the building, and I know those brackets are too small. They don't go enough, 8D on end grain we're the engineers. Sorry about that. But creating the air gap between the walls and the roof and the airflow, because those are workshops, and those tables that I photographed earlier were photographed in there. Next, please. One little structure we built off a reservoir with cantilevering timbers. Next. And the structure coming together also all bolted into sections. Next, please. And the finished product. It was quite important in this project to keep stuff visually logical for the people building it, because we were stressing them. Like, like the people building weren't very skilled, so you don't have the resources to explain things through drawings. So we were relying on quite logical visual triggers. Next, please. Next, please. The guy I worked with, I still work with, we've had a 20-year relationship. That's him on the stairs of his house here in CapeTown. Next, please. Which is a nice combination of duo, spruce beams, key art, timber, and this delicate balance between timber and concrete in the building. Next, please. We did a chapel using gum poles to create a forest that you sat inside to have a wedding service. We did a stained glass window on the west face. Next, please. It had a beautiful effect. And then I don't know anything about weddings, but apparently they have to be white. So the entire interior got painted white. And the stained glass got taken out because, who needs color at a wedding? Next, please. We built next to that, we built a rather big structure. You can see the chapel in the background there, using laminated Seligna beams to build a reception center. Next, please. So we made the trusses flat on the ground with pre-made brackets sandwiched in between two skins of beams. And then in order to bring decoration into the space, we did a hell of a lot of knee braces coming off the bottom chord of the trusses to support the intermediate rafters. Next, please. The building had quite a strong aesthetic quality just for how it's made. And I think that is something that we always work on. Next, please. There were lots of brackets, lots of bolts, lots of things, but then a really sweet pattern that came out of it. Next, please. Next, please. And as you can see, these things need to be decorated. So as much as I hoped that it would be decorative enough, next, please. It still gets beautiful white ribbons hung up in it all the time. What has been great is the gardens have been developed extensively around them, and it's quite a wonderful place to visit. It's called Brahman Hills. Next, please. We did a house on a lake in the Midlands. Next. The client had wanted a view, so a giant northwest-facing facade and glass. I lost the argument. I gave up eventually. He used to hang shade cloth and go, okay, that's what I can see with your elevation, and I'll take the shade cloth down. That's what I can see without it. So we modulated the facade so the facade could shade itself a bit. Next, please. The client had purchased or resourced a lot of stone and timber. Next. Yellow wood, but I saw his stock and I said, you don't have enough. And then the Richards Bay Minerals were doing dune mining, and they were just burning forests. So we went in and we bought about another 40 or 50 cubes of indigenous timbers. Next, please. To fit out the interior. So we had recycled Oregon and yellowwood ceilings and buffalo thorn floors. You can see on the right, the flooring of that image is quite gaps and loose, but we had to allow for movement. Next, please. So the timber becomes quite a strong aspect of the interior. Next. Framing spaces and making privacy upstairs to the bedrooms. Next. And then the bedrooms themselves, using camphor wood on the beds because of its healing potential, and the recycled timbers overhead. Next, please. The kitchen became a sort of reduction of the steel frame of the core of the building. Next, please. And the exterior and the interior had a real beautiful consistency, a sort of limited palette of materials that holds the whole building together. Next, please. It's a really nice space to be in, and they managed to keep it cool through structural cooling, the same way that Marietta was speaking about. Next, please. We were asked to put a restaurant in this house in Durban. Next. We put a box in front of it. Next. We built a timber frame inside of it using 200 by 200 off the same Lucas mill, a cedar deodar, which is naturally insect and repellent. Next, please. It was quite a fun exercise on site, carving and shaping joints and junctions and having brackets that had 3, 4, 5-way intersections. Next, please. Building the structure up. Okay, I'll say it just now. Carry on. Next, please. The box ends up being this little performance space off the street that opens up off the street into, next please, an interior garden with an opening roof just to get an extra 150 square meters of bulk in the building because that's not a permanent roof. Next, please. Architects will know what I'm talking about. There's the garden, oath. So the double volume on the one side and then the 2 stories on the other, overlooking a central space and looking out into the street. Next, please. But I really just enjoyed the way the timber gives the place a real warmth and homeliness. Next, please. That we wouldn't have achieved with steel, but there is still steel hybrid in this building as well. Next, and from the left there you can see the house. Next, please. So then we built a small visitors training center in a farm in KwaZulu-Natal, also in the Midlands. Spruce portal frame. Next, please. The portal frame was a very simple portal frame staggering down the hill. Next, please. So to induce the pitch in the roof, we had an open veranda on one edge and an internal space adjacent to it. Next, please. We clad the brackets in copper internally. So the decision to make the brackets expressed in this building was a difficult one. But once again, this building was being built by a fitter and turner who used to keep the factory of this organic cosmetics company running. And so not having the kind of skills and accuracy, it made the decision to externalize the brackets. Next, please. And then we had a proper carpenter joiner making doors and windows, a sort of 66 millimeter thick, 3.2 meter high sliding doors out of a larch, Siberian larch. Next, please. The building sort of came together with also as a hybrid with a solid wall facing west and opening to the north and east. Next, please. Actually, that's the southern wall, the solid one. Next, please. So the roof sat on top of the portals. The roof itself was edged off, so it's a simple pancake structure that sits on top of the portals. The portals remain expressed. Next, please. So the veranda, the portals, the galvanized brackets externally and the copper brackets internally. That's fine. And then the internal and external space relationship with the sliding doors out of the way. Next. Next, please. And the training space and where people learn how to apply these cosmetics, because a facial this way is not the same way a normal facial happens. They're using microbial goops and organic goops, and so the process became different. Next, please. Next, please. The space opened out really nicely to the garden. Next, please. And I really enjoyed the integration of the solid brick and the timber. Next, please. Shame, I've got so many slides. Next, please. And next. Okay, so the common denominator of these projects is careful, accurate. Should we try it? Cool, thanks. The common denominator is careful, accurate design and instruction, predominantly timber, delivered without formal contractors, with very satisfactory results. What does this mean? Simple, repeatable systems, simple tools, low barriers of entry, instinctive work, democratic technology, accessible to small businesses, and lots of work opportunities. So now we're working with an institution called the National Business Initiative. They work in the presidency of South Africa to build IRM township hubs. These hubs are designed to train and support local businesses and train local youth in skills relating to installation, repairs, and maintenance. The hubs are sited around the country. There's 2 in the Western Cape, 1 in KwaZulu-Natal, 2 in Gauteng, and there are another 5 to come. They are to provide business support in the form of marketing and legal financial advice, skills development by upskilling and assisting people to higher skills levels, with the support of the local TVET college, assist with industry certification, provide workshops for production of manufactured goods to SMMEs, to provide workshops in computer spaces and offices, high-tech fabrication spaces, incubator spaces for small businesses to start up in, and large-scale training rooms. We've done a couple with the NBI already. We fitted out through a training program a building in Richards Bay, where we trained students to build their own hub using designs that we had in prefabricated units. We did the same in Mandeni in KwaZulu-Natal, designing prefabs, and then using the students to fit their spaces out. The team is there, and it's ongoing. We're now building the larger ones, and so the principles we approached this with was that the TVET College had to run the venue, that these venues were accessible within the township, so they were like, that's the site there. We wanted to maximize SMME involvement in the construction. So, and then aim for net zero, but it's a long call. It's a very loose term and hard to achieve with budgets. So, and then you also use the building as a teaching tool. So express the structure, express the services, so the students who are using the building can see things that they're being taught about. So in response, we decided to position the hubs close to the road and provide them with their own entrance, and to build them primarily of timber. To integrate passive design into the design of the structures, and create a human-centered approach to the design, so that there was always connection. It's kind of that Stephen Jobs thing of incidental meetings, and also providing a really strong central area to the building, so it works like an oasis. It's an inward-looking experience. So returning back to the basic principles of doing things simply, we needed to work very closely with the professional team to upskills in the professional team, because the skills are quite short on professional levels and consultants in this country with regard to alternative technology. We've started training programs using Tucky's University of Pretoria and Stellenbosch to train people in the construction methodologies. Also, other skills will be trained. And then through the design, the technology of construction is exposed. So we decided to design the building, the overall structure, so that the components can be delivered primarily using rough-sawn timbers. Budgets are tight on these buildings. The spaces work from front to back with incubator spaces at the front, training spaces in the middle, and workshop and production spaces at the back. So the front of the building has a kind of marketplace, and the back of the building is an open-air workshop. You have to have a really good engineer to do this. They really do define the way you build and what you can build. So you can see here that, I'll talk about this now, but those there are what we call the day one structure, and then the smaller incubator spaces, the central training and skills support area, and then the workshops and an outdoor training area. I hope you can hear me, sorry. And that's the whole idea. Through the training programs that we're doing with the students, we want to build these structures so that the building has functioned from the start in the community, that there's an understanding and a way to, that the project can engage with the general public before the building is finished. So that's what we're using the training programs to do. And then people will be employed from that into the construction of the building. And thanks. Here's to what's next, everybody.
Richard, thank you very much. And it's quite positive to see that. And for the things that you've done long before I knew things like that. But yes, it's one of those things nowadays one must be careful. But I can say a South African make a plan. There's a way we do things. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
There you go. Thanks. No, you're not allowed to take a photo. No, yes, take a photo. Come on, take a photo. As many as you want. A selfie, whatever you like. Everybody can come up front and we do selfies and we run around. Can I help you?
Can I have my daughter here?
All right, guys, this is going to be our... Perfect. Thank you very much, everybody. Next up, Yari. I think I say your name correctly. We practiced last night, and I think it's Yari. Thank you very much, Yari. You're up next. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Hanu. I actually can't really pronounce my name correctly myself, so It's a Finnish name. We've got a guest from Finland here as well, so if you want to know how my name is pronounced correctly, please ask him, not me. So yes, I'm from Germany. So this is my presentation title, From Fundamentals to Future. It's kind of, a little bit fancy, but thank you so much for having me. It really feels special to be here. I was lucky enough to grow up with a South African friend here from Cape Town, so I got to escape many cold European winters and spend them here in Komiki Long Beach instead. So being back in Cape Town now is really feels special. Thank you for having me. So we are a Swiss-based structural engineering company with 8 offices in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Obviously, most of them on Switzerland. And I'm the head of Timbertech Germany, developing the German brand in Hamburg, so up north. Just quickly what we do, we are structural timber engineers, so structural engineering and construction is definitely our bread and butter. We also do fire safety and building physics. We do the workshop drawings for the contractors, for the manufacturers if they want us to. We also do a little bit of product development, but I won't get into that very much. So, I mean, from fundamentals, where do we come from? I think we've seen a lot in the previous talks already, so I'll maybe quick on that one. So when we in Central Europe think of timber construction, many of us might picture a cozy cabin, warm, traditional, maybe even a little bit romantic. This was the extension of a mountain lodge that we did back in 2017. We actually had to fly the building material to the mountain lodge by helicopter, so that was fun. The construction of the rooftop had to deal with enormous loads of snow due to being very high up in the mountains, but also not only high up in the mountains, but also before the 20th century, what was one of the primary building materials in urban environments. The original construction systems generally used kind of rod-shaped cross-sections, but where obviously their dimensions were limited by the natural grown tree. This was a renovation of the Haus zum Kiel in Zurich. So, yeah, of course, we use the timber beam ceiling you will find in many old buildings, but let me skip that a little bit quicker. So, of course, in combinations with stones and walls, stone walls and also concrete. But I mean, concrete and steel have a fatal system error. And if you work with timber, or this is not your first timber conference, you will have this heard before. About 40% of global CO2 emissions are caused by building and operating the built environment. And like I said, you've heard this before, you will hear this again, but I think it's very important that we keep reminding ourselves why we're doing what we're doing. If we want to build more sustainable, we need to rethink our materials. And I think that's the story of timber construction. So there were new products, new possibilities. Let me quickly, glulam and cross-laminated timber, you're familiar with that. So they allowed really for new forms, for new dimensions, for new way to build with this material. Yeah, story additions, that's the banner park we did back in 2020. A 2-story addition on top of an old one. We've got schools. This was the school in Mali, 2024, using rib panel systems with a CLT panel and then glulam ribs underneath it. This was a sports center we did. Just quickly clicking through the references here. But I really want to talk, this was, multi-story timber buildings. This was one we did in 2019. So today we're working with a very far advanced construction timber toolbox. We have the vertical elements such as columns or block walls, timber frame constructions, cross-laminated timber walls, and also we have the horizontal elements, timber beams or joists, glulam ceilings, rib panel constructions, cross-laminated timber ceilings. So between these two images lie roughly 30 years of development. From traditional timber construction to modern engineered timber architecture. But what made this transformation possible were improved fire safety regulations, automated manufacturing processes, and the development of new engineered wood products. But innovation never happens on its own. Behind all of this stood people, and we're standing on their shoulders. Their future is now our today. It's now our fundamental. It's what we're working with. And we too really have a future ahead of us. So let me return to my fancy presentation title. The pioneers of the late 90s and early 2000s could hardly imagine what timber construction would be capable of 30 years later. But maybe they did, they dared to dream. And like I said, we're living in their future, and their visions and ideas have become our new normal. The story of timber construction is definitely a story of pushing boundaries, one project at a time. And the journey is far from over. We too have a future ahead of us. We may not know exactly where it will lead, but perhaps we have a sense of it. So from fundamentals to future means building on what we know while having the courage to move beyond it. So let me share some examples of what that can look like. Back in 2015, we started planning the Zuundil in Winterthur. I think it's one of the largest residential timber buildings in Switzerland in its time. More than 300 apartments. From the inside, you will see that we used actually wood. From the outside, you had to guess. The load-bearing structure is designed as a skeleton structure using glulam slabs supported with the glulam beams and columns. The exterior walls and the partition walls and all the interior walls are non-load-bearing and constructed using prefabricated timber frame constructions. So the lateral stability for wind and earthquake reinforcement was accomplished by the 22 concrete cores, which is a typical way of achieving the lateral stiffness in multi-story buildings. So yeah, some impressions of from the construction side. I mean, there are many, many stories connected to this project. But I mean, what I really want to point out here is one important point, the connection between the ceiling and the concrete core. And this connection is typically oh, there you go. That was far too quick. Maybe I'm too quick. So let's start from here. I mean, since concrete is a less precise material than timber, the timber contractor has to carefully align the timber structure to the less accurate concrete structure during assembly. And this is what the connection would normally look like. You would have like a steel plate, then the timber ceiling would be placed on top of it, and of course the steel plate is connected with concrete anchors to the concrete core. And I mean, really, constructing the concrete anchors is such a pain. So whoever has done this before will know about the concrete anchors. This is what will look like from underneath. But the point here is what we realized was that the alignment of the timber construction to the concrete cores took as much time as assembling the rest of the story. Let me say that again. Aligning the timber construction to the concrete core took as much time as assembling the rest of the story. That really made us think, okay, can we come up with a solution that we somehow think this differently? So for this following project in 2019, the Crocodile in Winterthur, we really thought, can we come up with something different? So we came up with the idea of first erecting the more precise material, timber, and then the less precise material, concrete. The concept was to initially place the timber structure on a 3-layer panel that was designed only for the loads occurring during the installation phase. So depending on the system, it would even be possible to erect several stories simultaneously and only afterwards cast the concrete core against the 3-layer panel, which would then serve as a permanent formwork. The timber floor slab could then be suspended back into the concrete reinforcement using fully threaded screws, creating a permanent connection capable of transferring the loads in the final state. So from an engineering perspective, this was brilliant. But we really had to convince the executing contractors. The timber contractor was very enthusiastic about the idea, as it offered significant time savings from his perspective. The concrete contractor, on the other hand, was not really happy. Because for him, this approach would mean an interruption of his work sequence. First, he would do the underground work, the basement work, the foundations, and then he had to stop his work and wait for the timber contractor to finish his work, and then come back to finish the concrete work. So he wasn't really happy, and of course for understandable reasons. We could think about, or we solved this problem by, we were able to, we had multiply concrete cores, so we coordinated the teams, the timber teams and the concrete teams, so we had to rotate the workflow. So the concrete contractor did not have to interrupt his work. However, that's what I said. On the left you can see the 3-layer panel on which the floor slab is placed, and on the right you can see the system in its closed state. But also due to the lateral concrete pressure, the 3-layer panel had to be reinforced with temporary horizontal timber beams. These were then directly used to create the clamping edges for the formwork, which will hopefully be shown in the next picture. Yes, on the left you can see the mounted clamping edge, and on the right the inner formwork with the reinforcement. So this is a picture from above the construction site. We had 12 cores, and you can see the different sequences in different parts of the building. So we were about twice as fast with this method, and that made everyone happy. We've been using this method ever since, so we added something to our timber toolbox. And we don't hide this knowledge, so you're very welcome to use this as well. Sometimes expanding the timber toolbox does not mean breaking new ground, but rather really take the time to think deeply and to explore and to engage in dialogue using the tools that already exist. So we were faced with a challenge of designing a multi-story school building. And due to the limited size of available plots, sports halls are often arranged from the basement level up to the ground floor. And however, the 2 stories above must span more than 35 meters in this case, meaning that very large spans have to be achieved and correspondingly high loads must be transferred. You can see here the cross-section of the building with the 2 extra stories above the sports hall. So we really explored numerous ideas of how to solve this problem, ranging from pre-stressed concrete with glue lamp beams as secondary beams on top of them. We really had some headache with this one. In the end, however, we opted for a large-scale truss spanning over 2 stories, and then, which you can see here in red, and then the red ones, the 2 primary trusses, carried suspended secondary trusses, the ones in blue, allowing the standard floor slab system to be continued consistently throughout the building. Yes, but the compression and the tension cords were made of block glue lamp with the steel tension elements connected by means of bonded-in threaded rods. But as you can see here, we had diagonals in every field, and that gave us really a headache because we had 13 different knots. And also, we realized this could maybe work, but a mega truss would mean mega forces. Actually, the architects weren't really happy with the size of the lower chord of the truss, and they always argued, this could be arranged smaller. So to illustrate the magnitude we're dealing with here, we've got a bending moment of 84,000 kilonewton meters, resulting in a tensile force of 11,000 kilonewton meters. To put a picture on this, it means almost 9 Boeing 747s pulling in both directions in the bottom chord at full thrust during takeoff. That's the load in the bottom chord. So yeah, after this visualization, the architects were pretty satisfied with the dimensions. But we always continue to ask ourselves the question, is this really possible with timber? I mean, how can we connect the secondary trusses to the primary trusses? Our first idea was using shear lugs or shear pockets, because a shear surface has approximately 20% higher load-bearing capacity than a compression surface. But what about construction tolerances or eccentricities in the connections? So just a quick side note, please keep this idea in mind, because we used this idea in a different project. I will just show you now. So yeah, like I said, do we have the best solution? We really battled internally, but also we were talking to external partners, definitely to Machiol Wiederkehr. They're also a very known timber engineer from Switzerland. We talked to him, had external brainstormings with them. So yeah, talking about your problems can actually help. So we came up with the solutions, and we had only 7 different connection details, of which 2 of them were really hard to come up with a good idea. Yeah, like I said, through several workshops, we developed these steel-optimized solutions in which we believe we could handle all construction tolerances. Prefabricated compression and tension elements with bonded-in threaded rods were attached to steel plates, which could then be connected to the corresponding counterparts via a steel-to-steel bolt connection. For the secondary trusses, we found soon this solution to be the most effective. We had hanger systems that transfer the loads into the upper knots of the primary trusses. But yeah, here as well, the details gave us quite some headache. I mean, now that everything is completed, I would just show you now pictures from the construction site. You can hardly see what is actually hidden inside those connections. In the end, my intention here is not to present the project in every single detail. We could really talk it for right after lunch. The key message is, a brilliant solution is never the achievement of just one person. Good solutions are not a one-man show. Share your ideas, because this will widen your horizon. So yeah, here are some impressions from the construction site, and I'll probably let the pictures speak for themselves. So here you can see the temporary beams, temporary columns, which would then be, this is probably one of my favorite images. In the primary truss during the construction, the bottom chord was, cambered, lifted, so the diagonal member could really fit into place right here, providing more space for the installing of the member. Yeah, this is a really nice picture from the primary truss, spanning over 35 meters. Just to get an idea of the dimensions. These are the temporary columns, which would then be deconstructed. So this, proud carpenters from the companies Bisang and Coast Holzbau, they did a fantastic job. They erected the whole school from October to April, so in Swiss winter. It really felt like there was no week without rain, so sorry, but I think it was really nice. So one last topic before lunch. I hope you stay with me, because I really think the next one is really worth it. This is a Virendale beam. It was developed by Belgian engineer Arthur Virendale back in 1896. And that's a beautiful example of how pushing the boundaries can look like. He built the first Virendale Bridge in 1896 for the World Exhibition in Brussels. To verify the theory and practice, he actually loaded it until failure at his own expense. So, yeah, pushing the boundaries can come with an investment. So more than 100 years later, we see those kind of bridges everywhere in the world. Arthur Weerendale really was a pioneer and set a new standard, because you can see his bridges now all over. A Weerendale beam, the idea of a Weerendale beam is that it's a beam composed of a series of rectangular frames. So you don't have, unlike a truss beam that we have just seen, you would have the diagonal members. The Weerendale beams works without those ones. A Weerendale beam is not only used to build bridges, it is also integrated into facades or walls. Without the diagonals, it allows for windows, doors, or openings with the intermediate spaces of the structural element. So when we had to design the structural elements for the school in Wädenswil, we were confronted with quite a similar solution. So the classrooms were arranged above the sports hall, again. The idea, once again, was to use a story-high truss. But however, the diagonal members interfered with the layout. Several locations for openings had to be taken into account. This made us think about a Weerendale beam. This could be a right solution for the project. And what if we could come up with a design for a timber Weerendale beam? But what does such a beam actually look like in timber construction? Our idea was to use the given CLT walls serving as partition walls between the classrooms and integrate them into the structural design. However, the high bending moments resulted in significant tension, compression, and shear forces in the joints between the walls and the top and the bottom chords of the Weerendale beam. So the big question was, is this even possible in timber? Because we had high shear failure in the bottom chord and brittle shear failure. So what if we could come up somehow with an idea that would produce not brittle shear failure in the glue-lam chord, but in elastic or ductile failure in the CLT walls? So brittle failure means the failure of the structure in an instant with a loud noise or crack, and the structure is gone. The ductile failure, or the elastic plastic failure, what we see, I'd like to call it bubblegum failure. So let's refer to bubblegum failure. So I got everyone with me. So let's dive deeper into the idea of the shear pocket. The shear pocket works really like, in the end, like a Lego brick. Shear forces are transferred along the joint between the wall and the beam. However, shear pockets are generally considered a critical detail. If this would be a glue-lam to glue-lam connection, the full load would only be transferred through end grain compression, so parallel to the grain. Very high forces could be transferred, but the failure would be brittle, so not bubblegum failure. And that is something we always try to avoid in structural design. CLT, however, has a special advantage. In addition to the lamelles orientated parallel to the grain, it also contains layer orientated perpendicular to the grain within the shear pocket. And perpendicular to the grain, the wood does not fail in a brittle way. Instead, it compresses and crushes, plastic deformation, bubblegum failure. So in mixing those two together, we had the feeling that kind of a mixed behavior would occur. The idea was, when the compressive forces are transferred, the plastic deformations of the perpendicular lamelles will restrain the brittle failure of the parallel lamelles. Easier said, we wanted to soften the connection. As a result, the entire connection begins to yield in a more ductile way. That was our theory. Now we had to prove it. Yes, here you can see the idea of the shear pocket. Type 1 with an elastic support, type 2 without elastic support. We are in a fortunate position that one of our colleagues had completed his PhD at the University of Zurich. So he still occasionally supports experimental work there at the Institute. Through his connections, we were able to initiate a series of tests. Here you can see the test setup. So the test element was mounted in a compression cylinder, and load was applied in 3 different load stages. After mounting the connection, we would fill, or the idea was, after mounting the connections, we would fill in the gap some high-pressure mortar to avoid any slip in the connection and assure the immediate load transfer. On the right-hand image, you can see exactly what we were hoping for, the compression of the compression of the CLT wall. In other words, elastic plastic yielding behavior, bubblegum failure, without the brittle shear failure of the parallel lamella across the CLT wall or the glulam beam. So by compressing the fibers, we intentionally created a defined yielding zone within the system. And this allowed us to achieve a structure that is overall at the end, very stiff, but at the same time, we've got ductile failure, bubblegum failure. My time's up. This is some pictures from the construction site, and with the last image of the Virendel beam and the detail on the right, I will say thank you very much.
Jari, thank you very much. Interesting. And I think you've spent too much time in South Africa. One can hear you've been here quite a while. Thank you very much. All right, guys, thank you to you all for being here and sitting out. It's lunchtime, and there's a small mistake on your program. It says lunch from 12:30 to 1 o'clock. It's lunch from 12:30 to 1:30, so we have an hour lunch. At 1:30, we start again. Thank you very much, everybody. See you in an hour.
common cause here. What I'm really interested about is why do we like wood? What is it about timber besides all the obvious carbon, sustainability, all those issues everyone's spoken about? And really, it's quite simple. They are relatives. We're actually building with life. One of the earlier speakers spoke about it. And I want to take a step back and look at that. If you look at our evolution diagram, about 1.5 billion years ago, we shared parents with trees, and the animal kingdom and the plant kingdom split. So it's no coincidence why everyone likes wood. If I look at clients, I've never had a client who doesn't like it's timber floors or tables or joinery or whatever it is. The elements of wood everyone likes, and it's that simple. It comes from that. So in my life, if I talk a little bit before I get into the Randjesig market, what my partner and myself, Pierre, we spend our time immersed in nature. We have a love of life, be it books on plants and on trees and on nature and where everything comes from. And I live that way in my house. My house is completely obliterated by plants. It's got no garden to speak of. It's just completely rewilded. If I'm not in the garden or landscaping or hiking or in nature, I'm underwater in the great African sea forest diving. My partner Pierre is either hiking up the mountain or kayaking on the sea. So we have I said this because it has an influence on how we think as a practice. So before I get to Randjesig market, I'm just going to dwell on 2-3 projects just to show how this has influenced our life. So about 10, 15 years ago, we gave a series of talks, and Renzo Piano calls it shelter and desire. We call it common sense and poetry. And common sense is logic. It's all the common sense stuff. You've heard a lot of that being spoken about today. It's the easy stuff, and often not that common. And we're architects, so we need to bring the poetic into our work. And where does that come from? It comes from many different sources. One of the areas we've looked at as a practice over the years has been through, it's definitely not me this time, has been through nature and how plants and landscaping are intermingled. And we're very interested in that. And you see it happening more and more. There's been quite a big movement in the last decade or so, how more and more buildings are embracing landscaping into them. But we've been looking at this now as a practice for over 20, 25 years. And Marco Zanuso is a building which has had a huge influence on us in a practice. Is a building done in the 70s where the landscaping and the plants are intermingled. And we've experimented that with buildings where we plant trees and plants into the space and look how it works. So if you leave it, nature will take over. One day as a species we'll be gone. A different species will end up ruling. And we are part of that. And if you leave stuff, it carries on and grows over buildings, etc. So climbing up Lion's Head, very interesting. How do we use this? This is a very ugly bench, but if you look at the close up on the side, it has got this most beautiful lichen growing up on the side. So how can we use nature as a building material, just like we're using timber as a building material, but maybe even as finishes? So we've experimented with the building. We're back on this building again. It was about 15 years ago where we've on purpose created a facade which is all jagged and messed up and cracked and broken and ledges where dust and dirt can collect, on the hope that with time, it hasn't happened yet, we'll start getting lichen and soil and things starting to collect to start getting life growing on these buildings. On an abstract level, we've looked at it, how we can look of nature, of how you take a picture of a tree trunk. This is a project Pierre did in Joburg, where it's a picture of a tree trunk. We pixelate the timber facade, we stretch it, and we wrap the building, and that becomes a screen for how you circulate around that building. And so there's an abstract version of nature, and there's also a literal where we planted creepers and vines around that. Or a tree, for thousands of years, people have lived under trees or governed under trees or taught under trees or slept under trees, and how can we take that on an abstract level and create a building where we are under that tree. So we worked on the last project I'll show that we worked with the biologist from UCT years ago. Michael Lumby's in the audience here, used to work in our practice, and we worked on a project called 17 Glen, where we said, how can we encourage not just plants, but biodiversity into our architecture? How can we bring nature into it and not just be about a building with lipstick on, with some plants on? And the easy way is that you plant endemic plants and you dense it up, you have no lights on at night, there's no irrigation, you keep it as close as possible to the natural biome you are in. And we did that and everything, and there is now a ton of nature and plants around that. This is just after completion. You can't see the building, it's pretty much embedded in the landscaping in Higgovale. And we built bat boxes for the Cape Serotine bats so they could nest in there. Each bat eats like about 1,000 mosquitoes per night. The bats didn't come, the bees found it first, so some things failed, but it was still a good experiment to do. So moving towards the V&A and Oranjestad market, the first timber building we did as a practice on a relative scale within this country was the Deloitte building called The Ridge. And I set the scene on where our headspace is in terms of our relationship with nature. If you have a relationship with nature, you respect nature. If you have a relationship with trees and timber, you will respect it and look after it. Then all the sustainability things happen naturally. So on this building, we're dealing with a corporate. I think if I put a bat box on the presentation table, I would have been fired. So there's certain things you can do and can't do. So in this building, we look at how do we design a building which has some semblance of interaction between a corporate and what's happening outside. And it's actually embarrassing. So this is a 6-star Green Star building, but it's embarrassing that this building's seen as special because this should just be the starting bare minimum for an office building, in the sense that the windows can open. Most office buildings are designed sealed so that they can control the air condition. It opens on a good day like today. The windows open, the building naturally ventilates, and we have a series of big chimneys running down the middle, which are light reflectors to reduce the energy load, and also to draw the hot air out through the building. So the building, the corporate workers in there have some small interaction with what's happening outside and what's happening with the nature. So that brings me to the Oranjestad market. So we try and we talk a lot about biophilic design or biophilia, this love of nature, and how we bring it into our architecture for people and for animals and for life. And with that, we got handed the most hostile, horrible site I've ever been given by the V&A. So sorry for any V&A people here, but it's a slab of concrete sitting on top of 3 floors of parking. It's a post-tension structure. It's got a fall to the slab. You can't put holes through without scanning every 5 minutes, every 5 centimeters. It's isolated from the waterfront. It's surrounded by roads. You can't put a tree in it. It's a weak structure. It's designed for cars, so you can't even put big pot plants on it. And so my mind space of where I come from and what I believe in is just like you're completely handcuffed. It's a real hospital pass. And for people in this room who go to the Oranjestad market consistently and have gone to the old market was done with no architect on board. It was done very organically and slowly and messy in a really beautiful way. It is a phenomenal market. And with really beautiful ethical values. It's all produce grown close by. Cheryl and Kaz they know the people who grow it, they know the names of their children, they know everything. It's a very, very, very tight community. But it was on soil. It's on actual ground you can walk on. And here we're sitting on a piece of concrete. So it was how do we actually get this to be a building on such a difficult site, which has got some ethos which goes with the market. And we can never replace that market, but how do we make it still a beautiful market and a better market in certain ways? So the very boring program was about a 4,000 square meter building with some outdoor spaces. It had to be a temporary structure, which was actually quite great. This is not a building which is going to be there for much more than 7 to 10 years. So we have to design something which can be disassembled and reused for either the same function or different function. And we went straight to timber. So luckily we got a client at the V&A who are very pro-timber. We did that because we just come off the ridge at the waterfront. And for all the reasons I've just raised, wood is one of these as very distant relatives. People have an affinity to it, and it's a way of getting warmth into a building where the Runnelsloop market, if done in steel and concrete, would have been completely different. It would have been soulless. So we could bring the warmth in some way in wood. And I'm not just talking structure. There's been a lot of talk today in structure, but it's also cladding, wood chip, joinery, all the elements which go with timber. So we went with the timber construction. The site, I've spoken about all the negatives in the site. It didn't have much of a connection to the public realm, and we looked at how this can connect properly with the waterfront, so with the retail and with the rest of the waterfront. So we opened up the one corner, and we built a bridge to connect it. And we also didn't want one big monolithic form. So a lot of markets are like this. It's one big shed, and within that, a whole lot of things happen. And the charm of the previous market was the fact that it was quite intimate in scale and quite fragmented, and we wanted to encourage that. And then the last one pretty was more from my side. It was really the most challenging part of it, was to design an incomplete building and let other people finish it. So that's been, we invariably kind of control freaks as architects, and Pierre and myself are pretty much control freaks when it comes to the design we're doing. But on this building specifically, we said, we don't want this to be about the architecture. We want this to be about the people and the market, and the building to be background. Now, it's impossible to be background. We still need columns and a roof and structure. But we want this building to be quite messy and quite incomplete, and we want other people to come in and add to it in ways we wouldn't. So it doesn't look like a Studio Mass architect's building. It looks like something which has happened more organically without being themed to be organic. So it's quite a fine line of how you tackle that. So it was temporary, organic growth, a robust design. If someone wants to chop a hole through the facade to add a shed, to add a new store, go for it. And that's already started happening. It's already been changed a lot from what we originally drew, and it's going to keep on going there. So the first challenge we had really was to try, and obviously we're on a tight budget. The V&A is not doing this to make a whole lot of money. This is really, it's probably similar to a Zeitz market type project. They don't make money out of this. It's about having more reasons to go to the waterfront and having a community-based project as opposed to a corporate building with a 10% return and yield, etc. So the first thing was to try and reduce the span. We've got a building grid we had to use, clearly. It's an existing 3-story building, and that grid was a varying grid to make life worse. It sits at about 7.5 to 8.5 meters, and we very simply created a tree structure, just 4 stays in different directions to reduce that span. That took it down to a third, and then we had very, very big columns because we face into the northwest storms, so we got 363 by 363 posts you'll see further on pictures of. So location, I'm not going to bore on too much there. On this plan, it's interesting. What you see in blue is what we did, which were the shed forms. We'll see some photographs just now. And what you see in the sort of pinkish, light brown color was what other people added on, doing things differently to how we would do. I think they've overfilled it a bit. Personally, we had a bit more spaces in the building. It's become quite dense, a bit dense than we envisaged. But that was part of the process of letting go. Layout. Right, Ben, ever mine. Okay, so we had the most amazing builder for the timber structure on this. I'm not supposed to mention names and companies, but you can't find me because I'm already up here talking. So that's Ben on the right. We built this all prefab. It was all taken, all built off-site and assembled over a few weeks. It was a very quick construction, but a whole lot of planning up front. We had these steel posts you can see next to Ben sitting there. We used, because of the varying floors, we used a steel small stub column in concrete which we could use to varying the length of the rest of the building is all one level, so that once we disassemble it and reuse it one day, the building will be a flat building. We built lots of mock-ups. There you can see the size of one of the columns, how chunky they are, and there's the base idea. Someone spoke earlier on, we did the timber first, then cast the concrete later. The concrete came in almost as a second phase. And we looked at using quite temporary materials. We wanted this building not to be, we wanted it to feel like a bit of a patchwork of materials. So we used chipboard and bits of polycarb and mixed it up quite a bit within the materials. So some just simple stats from compared to what we've been seeing overseas. This is very, very small. It's about 185 cubes of laminated timber for the columns. All SA pine. We had about 50 cubes for solid members and stays and trusses, and then a whole lot of screws and bolts because there was no glue. Other than the columns which were glued, everything is designed to be taken apart and disassembled and reused. Here we are in the factory, getting some of the samples together. There's our client Fran, looking at, inspecting it, and here we start the construction. So it was a functioning parkade, so we had to prop all the way down, 3 floors down to drive equipment onto that. The columns were all laid out. The building went up incredibly fast, craned it on top, assembled it, and the shed forms, I was a little bit worried when they started going up because they felt a bit bigger than we wanted. We wanted to try and keep this at intimate scale, but as things closed in and as we populated it, the scale of it changed completely. We also cut down light. We had very little sunlight coming through because of heat load. We've got small amounts of natural light. The light inside is really good. We've had a bit of heating issues in the cooking part, but that's because they've overloaded it, and we're solving that in the next few weeks with some additional fans. So there you can see some of the details, some of the cutting, some of the pre-manufacturing and the scale of it. Aerial photograph come from the top. And it was quite interesting dealing with the subcontractors. So they're used to architects getting very involved on routing for conduits and downpipes and where the cables go. And I just sit in the same, put them wherever you want, just go for it. So every now and then they put something in a wrong place. Okay, that needs to move. But generally we just said, you've got freedom to actually kind of mess this building up a bit because we know what's going to happen with the market. They're going to come in and mess it up in any case with what they're doing and how the market works. So we had small details of how the screws fit and how these things fit together, where there was a little bit of architectural input, but from a services point of view and a technical point of view, we gave the subcontractors a huge amount of freedom within that. There you start seeing the mix. The building on the right is us. The building on the left is where you start seeing latta and gum poles is by other people coming through. We left it fairly transparent and fairly patchy. Some of these panels have already been closed, some have been removed. The building has got incredibly beautiful natural light. We don't really need lights on in the daytime. We haven't run it through a winter, but I'm sure the lights will be required more in winter. But in summertime, it's just operating very neutrally. And it's got a small scale within its context. It's not big and monolithic as one big entity. We opened up the one corner to the existing parking, for those of you who know where that parking is. There in the foreground, you can see what was added on by other tenants, by the market. And the other side of it connects through to the waterfront through a bridge structure. So planting-wise, it wasn't much we could do. We said to get the warmth into it, we're going to wood chip it. So we wood chipped the floor. We got as many hanging plants as we could within it. They're going to add more, and they'll slowly get better with time and densify a bit, but there's not a lot of landscaping within it. We've used chipboard for the ceilings, very well insulated, and then most of the tenant stalls were done using timber, etc. And there's a richness within that because we didn't get involved with the stalls. They've got a diversity within that which is really, really good. There you can see the scale. It's a good human scale. It's not big. And ultimately, it's about people, So it gets back to what I said at the start. This was not a building trying to be a star architecture building, not trying to win awards or trying to be clever. It was a building trying to be a framework for a market and a framework for people, a place for people, and for people to meet, to eat, to have fun, and to enjoy themselves and not comment about the amazing building, but actually just to enjoy themselves at a market. And if I can end up with the last slide, it's really about trying to marry. We couldn't plant things in the ground. We didn't have that. So it was using timber, our relationship with nature and outdoors and trees and plants, and how that connects with the market, which is all about ethical farming, about people, about connections, about love. I know it sounds a bit new agey, but really it is about a love of life and a love of people and a love of food, and respect and community, and ultimately about adaptive reuse for what this building could be one day. Thank you.
Simon, thank you very much. I think it's a beautiful building you guys did out there, really. I am impressed with it. I think this thing you say about love, and then it all comes by itself. I agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Now today we have a first. There's a moment of silence here. We have an Aussie with us today. Oh, a Kiwi. But lives in Oz, yeah. So he grew up in New Zealand, and then he realized they can't play rugby, and then he went to Australia, and he realized it's a horrible mistake, and then he decided to do other things. Simon, thank you very much. You're the first Aussie here. We're very happy to have you. Have a lekker one.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for that introduction. Yeah, I'm Simon Topless, and I'm absolutely delighted to be invited to speak here today and join you in this stunning city. I've been here for 48 hours and I'm blown away, and thank you, Sean. I think you've just added a building absolutely to my itinerary over the next couple of days. It's incredible. I'm an architect and a principal in the Melbourne studio of Warren & Marnie, or WAM as we call it. We're an architectural and design practice born out of Christchurch in New Zealand, but now working across 7 studios in New Zealand and Australia, with roughly 350 staff across the practice. As pointed out, I'm a Kiwi by birth, but with an accent muddled by 27 years of working abroad. When we open meetings in Naarm or Melbourne, on occasions such as this, we would always begin by acknowledging country and the traditional owners of the land. And in Melbourne, that's the Wurundjeri Wurrung people and the Bunurong people. And so here in Cape Town, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land and their elders, past and present. And it's important to me because as designers and engineers and consultants, we've got a responsibility when we work on country, when we reshape this land, a responsibility for future generations. So I want to start by sharing an observation. As an architect, I've spent more time in the last decade defending timber than designing it. I fought this battle in cost plan meetings, in risk workshops, and in front of boards, never once in design reviews. And in every conversation, I've asked myself, do I have the right tools to unlock timber? And what do we have to do to improve our chance of our clients saying yes? So imagine you're sitting beside me in the project meeting where cost is being aggressively interrogated on every front. And Daniel, the QS, leans back and says in a far more colourful language than what's on screen, "I cannot fathom a worse idea than using this shit." But here we are amongst timber friends. This room, I think, already understands mass timber, or at least wants to go on the journey. Its design challenges, structure, fire, carbon, acoustics, prefabrication. You don't need to be convinced. The real issue is this. In Australia, at least, the construction industry is not set up to say yes to timber. I hope it's different here in South Africa, but from conversations even over the last 24 hours, I think you face some of the same challenges. In Australia, it's set up to say yes to what it already understands, to what it can benchmark, to what it can price quickly, to what feels safe. And here's the uncomfortable truth, and this is something I think we all know, by the way. Timber projects don't fail in design reviews. They don't fail because the details are wrong. They don't fail because the engineering is unresolved. Timber is more often lost in boardrooms. Timber fails when the conversation shifts from design to risk, from intent to cost, from possibility to certainty. And so on our journey over the last few years with Daniel, the QS, and others who followed, we realised that we needed to stop trying to convince people that timber was good, because that argument just doesn't cut through the board report. Instead, we asked a different question. What if designing timber wasn't the hard part? What if navigating risk was, cost was, approvals are? So this talk is about designing for the reality of our industry and the tools my team are using every day to navigate mass timber from design to reality. And before we go any further, I want to be clear about where I'm coming from. As an architect, I'm not here to speculate. I'm not here to sell an idea that I haven't tested. I'm here because from 2017 to 2020, I led the architectural design teams at my previous firm, JCB Architects, that delivered two of Australia's largest residential mass timber projects. Gillies Hall, a 150-bed student accommodation project for Monash University, 7,000 square metres of GFA. Australia's largest passive house certified project when it was built. It had a complete full mass timber plate and panel structure, supplied out of Italy and built by Multiplex Australia. We interviewed for design services in June 2017. Students moved in 20 months later in February 2019. This wasn't theoretical, it was documented, costed, tendered and built. And following that, La Trobe University's North and South Apartments, nearly 18,000 square metres of GFA. A CLT panel and plate structure supplied and built by the same team. We installed enough CLT panels to cover the MCG almost twice over. Newlands might be a different matter, but this felt like we'd really changed the playing field. Forgive the pun. We interviewed for architecture services in June 2018. The buildings opened again 26 months later in August 2020, in the middle of the global pandemic. We may not have had students to sleep in the rooms, but we were open. And that matters because it proved something about certainty. These weren't concept projects. They were tendered, costed, and delivered at scale. What started in 2017 on a factory visit to Italy and Austria became two of Australia's largest mass timber projects. In La Trobe and Monash University, we had clients willing to back innovation and carbon leadership. What I underestimated was how hard the real world pushes back once the novelty wears off. And so on reflection, I think these projects survived as a novelty. One-off buildings, backed by exceptional clients, delivered under special circumstances. By the end of 2020, with La Trobe complete, I didn't realise it, but that era was effectively over. When I left JCB and joined WAM, one thing became clear to me. If mass timber was going to become a matter in the real world, it has to be bankable and it has to be repeatable, not heroic. And if that sounds theoretical, let me ground it. Because once the novelty was gone, the only thing that matters is whether timber can survive normal market conditions. Multiple projects, different clients, different cities, real scrutiny. In my first few years at WAM, we lost timber on projects. The UTS First Nations College on the screen, a project with deeply embedded sustainability ambitions to be the first home for First Nations students in Australian universities, where timber should have been straightforward, was met with a firm market response. There is no appetite and too much risk. We were deeply frustrated, but we've stayed true. And we've navigated our way through, and I think we're now seeing a shift in the market. So I want to share a little of what we have underway, but more importantly, the tools that we're using to get there. So we have a new wave of residential projects, and they begin to go on site this year, 2026, large-scale and market-tested mass timber projects. In Adelaide, a 250-bed student accommodation project for Flinders University, which is awaiting the university approvals to proceed through to tender. 8,000 square metres of GFA utilising a CLT panel and plate approach. Daniel didn't win the battle of the cost plan. We proved a cost plan that was cost neutral in the end and delivered with timber an approach that took 3 months off the program and de-risked the term start dates for our client. North of Sydney, we have a 450-bed student accommodation project for the University of Newcastle. It's currently out to tender. A full CLT structure over 8 levels. A cost plan that initially wasn't even close to working for timber. We turned around to neutral, and right now we understand the builders who are pricing it are really receptive to the approach we've taken. And in Melbourne, right now we're working with an amazing client called Model, absolutely committed to changing the sustainability story. The Cordial Factory, 155 build-to-rent apartments, a full CLT panel and plate structure, and 276 Johnson Street, 225 build-to-rent apartments, which will be over 17 stories, utilising a post and plate approach, both with an aim to be on site towards the end of this year. Combined, that's almost $400 million worth of mass timber projects, or I think 4.5 billion rand. This isn't a highlight reel. For us, it's about momentum and we think real change in the industry. Which raises the question for me still, is where the heck are all the other projects in Australia? Why do so many good timber projects still fail in 2026? These projects didn't survive simply because the clients were enlightened. They didn't survive because our teams were braver than everyone else. They survived because we worked the hell out of the problem. These are large, real, market-facing projects, and trust me, we almost failed. They were costed poorly. They were challenged without the right facts. And our credibility along the way was seriously questioned. Cost panic, installation anxiety, supply chain fear, wild assumptions. None of this was about structure. None of this was about our design. None of this was about fire. None of this was about whether timber really worked. What sounded like hostility wasn't. What sounded like conservatism wasn't. It was uncertainty speaking out loud. We realised that beyond design workshops, there was simply no point trying to sell timber harder. Those qualities that we believe in, the embodied carbon story, the authenticity of material, warmth, innovation, speed, it never worked in that forum. Because belief is not a substitute for certainty. So we stopped selling timber and focused on one thing, de-risking it. And that shift in our thinking changed everything. The rules didn't move, the market didn't change, but our approach did. We rethought and redesigned how our projects met the system, how they would get to site, and focused on how certainty was built, not hoped for. And that's where the real work began. Designing to de-risk timber isn't about belief or persuasion, it's about method. So let's talk for a few minutes about the tools that we're using probably day to day. Designing for cost legibility. If it can't be priced, it can't be defended. This is the rule that most timber projects break first. Everyone in this room, no doubt, has incredible skill at designing optimized structures, knocking out that first concept. The issue we then ask is the QS to second guess everything else and catch up. Well, that's backwards. Any QS can get comfortable with the big ticket timber items, the panels, the beams, the volume rates. That part is legible, but where the cost logic falls over is about everything else. penetrations, protections, connections, plates, tolerances, imperfections, carriage and craneage. And when a QS can't see these costs clearly, they do what the system asks them to do. They protect the budget with contingencies. Not because they're anti-timber, but because they're anti-surprise. So if you want your timber projects to survive, you have to go the extra mile and close that loop. Make the interfaces priceable. Make the build sequence visible, and remove the unknowns before they get priced as fear. So we stopped asking the QS to imagine how the building might work and started showing them. We closed out penetration and protection strategies. We defined an approach to connections that minimised site labour. We made sure installation assumptions were explicit. We recognised that timber is a system. And when you do this, the contingencies shrink. Not because the costs drop, but because fear does. You're not eliminating risk, you're making it visible and therefore manageable. Installation is a design issue. Uncertainty kills confidence faster than cost. If people can't picture how it gets built, they sidestep benefit and assume risk. And in a risk-averse market, that's all it takes for confidence to evaporate. Timber is a system, and systems fail when sequencing is an afterthought. Mass timber lives or dies on installation, and installation in Australia is incredibly expensive. If you're not thinking about sequencing, access, lifting, and adjacent trades, you're not designing timber, you're simply sketching it. Leaving installation to later doesn't delay risk, it concentrates it. And your QS and project managers will see straight through you. So we started refining the build before we drew the details. We think about the number of lamella and the time on the bed. We think about containerization and transport. We think about lifts and craneage. We think about panel sequencing. And we think really hard about how to remove complexity to simplify and accelerate the trades that follow. When the sequence becomes clear, timber stops feeling risky. Drag the market in early. We'll test the market at tender. Is the moment when the project starts dying. That's not testing, it's validation of failure. By then, risk is baked in, positions are entrenched, and the only option that still feels defensible is concrete. Not because it's better, it's because it's really familiar. So we speak to our suppliers, our installers, and contractors while the design is still fluid. Not to ask for permission or dimensional tolerances, but to understand their constraints, their sequencing, and risks that only appear when you've built these systems before. When the market can see itself in the design, confidence follows. So taking a hybrid approach and designing out a downstand glulam beam to remove a fire-rated penetrations 250 times over in a student accommodation building isn't selling out an all-timber design. It's about making it easier for the market to deliver. That's when the market stops pushing back and starts engaging. Kill bad assumptions early. Unchallenged assumptions are how good projects die. Every timber cost plan carries assumptions about fire, about tolerances, protections, sequencing, and supply. And if you don't confront them early, the market will assume the worst. Earlier last week, a colleague working on a building in Auckland literally said to me, "Simon, how do I optimize the design? I have a QS telling me the CLT floors are $500 a square metre once you consider all the add-ons. And concrete tray deck is $150 a square metre. It's a $10 million extra over." I said, "Tom, it's not the design that's the issue here. It's that you need to get forensic with the QS on their assumptions." We drill into the intent behind the detail, the factory costs, the build-ups, the wall build-ups, the fire protection logic, the installation complexity. We test what's driving the uncertainties, not just where it shows up. And we do it early, and we do it while the answers are still cheap. When the intent is clear, the factory can price it. the builder can sequence it, and the QS can benchmark it. Projects don't fail because assumptions exist. They fail because no one knew to dismantle them. Speak the board's language. Boards don't approve buildings, they approve risk. Boards aren't there to debate materials. They're there to protect the institution. They don't ask, is timber exciting? They ask, can this be defended if it goes wrong? Risk, do we understand it? Is the cost logic defendable? Is the program and pathway credible? And the reputational upside, is it real? When these four things are clear, boards don't debate timber, they approve the project. If you can't say these four things with confidence, the board will quietly say no. I want to finish by grounding this back in something real again. So my team in Melbourne is applying this blueprint right now on the 4 project I shared earlier, not as theory, but as practice. And at 276 Johnson Street, we're delivering what we believe will be an industry-shifting project. A 17-storey, passive house certified, 230-bed, 230-room, build-to-rent apartment development with mass timber locked in through the consenting process. That didn't happen because timber was exciting. It happened because the logic was disciplined. We're working closely with the Planning Minister and the Office of the Victorian Government Architect to demonstrate carbon leadership with our client that they can stand behind in the planning process. And we're doing this with our client, Rory Hunter and Model, who understand what a blueprint for change really means, method over rhetoric, but who also recognises we need the market alongside the projects. This isn't about waiting for the market to change. It's about proving project by project that it already can. And by being in this room, you're already on the timber journey. So I hope if in the last 20, 25 minutes, I've given you even one new tool to navigate that path in front of your projects, well, that's enough. And that's important to me because I believe deeply in the good of timber. Because I firmly believe in the authenticity of timber, or the warmth it brings to the interiors of our work, the generosity it shows, especially in residential architecture. I firmly believe that mass timber can take us away from the mire, the mud, and the mess that are traditional building sites into a new paradigm of off-site, prefabricated, modular, and hyper-efficient construction that is ultimately going to help us deliver better and more cost-effective outcomes for our communities. And I fundamentally believe that mass timber, if sourced and manufactured responsibly, is a critical tool for unlocking carbon reduction in the construction industry, the pressing issue of our time. So the real question isn't around whether timber works, and I think every speaker here can attest and be able to share their stories with you. It's about whether we, as an industry, are willing to change the status quo and affect our own blueprint for change. So, it's your move. Thank you for the invite.
Simon, thank you very much. For somebody that don't understand much, that to me makes sense and is logical. Thank you very much. All right, I think if you look at your program, there's a small mistake. Unfortunately, David Gaynor can't be here, but I think the guy that's actually more passionate about this whole thing is Richard, and Richard is jumping in for him today. So Richard Ferguson, thank you very much. You're going to tell us we must think a bit where our timber is coming from. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all, and thank you for being here. What I'd like to do is just kind of step back a little bit. We've seen some really, really interesting examples of timber in construction, but let's just go back a little bit to where the timber comes from and what its journey is. what Simon has just mentioned to you about risk is largely where I want to go with this. And I'm afraid this is a little bit of a mishmash of a presentation. Dave is a colleague of mine who was going to be here because he lives just south of Cape Town. And unfortunately, he met with a bit of an accident at an event we had in Nairobi weekend before last. So this is his presentation with my possibly lack of political correctness and so on added to it. Thank you. Okay, so we've seen several examples already this morning of how wood is possibly a better material to be using, based simply on its carbon credibility and whether you choose steel or concrete or wood is based on global emissions. It's a big argument for it. The sourcing choice within that, once you've made that decision, where actually that timber comes from becomes then the most critical issue, because that affects sustainability. And if you want to be credible about claiming sustainability, you need to be going through the process properly. I'm not even going to, waste time on that. We all know what embodied carbon is. We know about the relative values of wood versus glass, steel, aluminium, etc. And again, this has pretty much already been said today. The last couple of things, though: storing biogenic carbon throughout its service life and opening the possibility to reuse, to circularity. The fact that it requires, whatever timber structure you use, requires less steel and carbon steel and cement in the ground. It's quicker. The whole emissions, the whole site construction process is shorter, so your site emissions are better. Basically, the payoff line is what's there. Carbon is kind of why timber comes into the whole conversation and design of how you're going to make new buildings. Sustainability, and genuine, credible sustainability, is why it stays. Timber, yes, obviously it's renewable, but there's different things here. This word sustainability just gets used and used and used and used to the point that it almost becomes meaningless unless you can show you have credible evidence for sustainability. If it's not sustainable, if you harvest, if the timber that you're taking into your process is coming from an unsustainable harvesting, you are then complicit, basically, in biodiversity loss, soil loss, water loss, etc., etc. The other side of that is a sustainably managed forest. It's an agricultural process. It's a continual regeneration. Managed forests can store a cumulative increase of carbon over time. How forests are managed, the governance of forests, can, done properly, be real climate benefits. Legality doesn't equal sustainability. In the South African context particularly, and I'll use the South African example, you can be legal but not particularly sustainable. But particularly, there's a huge issue of beyond legality. There's a whole problem in South Africa of illegally logged, illegally cut, illegally removed timber. And that stuff is in the market. Make no mistake. You might think that what you're buying is clean and legitimate, but there is a lot of timber theft in the plantation industry. So, risk. Talking to the point that's just been raised in the previous couple of presentations. The client who wants a timber building of any kind needs to be thinking about what does that do for your corporate persona or an individual client in terms of what he wants to build for his house. Do they have ESG criteria and reporting responsibilities that they need to be compliant with and meeting? How does it affect their scope 3s on supply side and on downstream side? How credible is this development? You know, are they putting something together which actually a good investigative journalist can turn around and say, no, you know, these claims that you're making are greenwashing. So certified timber, and I'll get to what I mean by certified in a minute, it's not a fuzzy, happy, emotional thing. It's risk management. It's you know, how you source that downstream is your liability management. So sustainability in an ecological sense is about the whole ecosystem. Basically, what is it? Where are we getting benefit from this? Biodiversity, water, soil, community. It's been touched on a few times. You know, what I'm talking about now is at the supply side, at the supply end of the chain. What is happening from an environmental, social, and economic perspective? In a certified landscape, in a certified forests that are compliant with a certification system, you have community benefit, employment benefit, landscape, and things called HCVs, which is high conservation values and conservation areas. And how the forest manager manages those can either improve or degrade those services. This is where you come in, because you are, as architects and designers, you are the buyers downstream. You do have a role in what gets produced upstream. Upstream is not going to produce something that downstream isn't going to buy. So this is where this is the relevance to you. What you demand in terms of species, in terms of its environmental credibility, that drives management practice on the production side. You're designing for extending the life of carbon storage. You're designing in buildings, it's been spoken about already, in buildings that can be disassembled and reused in another format. So architects, are the upstream of forest outcomes. Choosing certified forest materials positively affects not just the client, it affects the upstream. To bring it home to South Africa specifically, what's the situation in South Africa? Between 85 and 90% of South Africa's plantations, and South Africa is largely a plantation country. There's very, very little utilization of natural forest in South Africa. It's a plantation country. We grow massive areas of eucalyptus and pines. The demand is increasing, and there's an increasing amount of foreign structural timber coming into the market. Basically, that reflects the fact that South Africa has an increasing population size. It has a gradually increasing economy. Can South African plantations meet demand? Actually, probably they're struggling to at the moment. I don't know if there's anybody from any of the forest management companies and the forest industry associations in the room, but I think you'll agree with me that that is the case. Expanding the plantations that grow the timber that you are using in South African context, right now, those options are pretty limited. Those are largely limited to small blocks of land that can be brought into forestry production, largely in the smallholder chain. There's the potential, though, done properly with certified sustainable forest management, that those are adding into climate positive supply chains. Taking it beyond South Africa, the African countries, Zimbabwe, Zambia, for example, I know that we're busy in both of those trying to get plantation forestry into certified forest management. And leaving aside the Congo Basin and kind of rainforest Africa, because that's an entirely separate thing. There is also increasing understanding of and slowly working towards Africa working as a unit. And because what typically has been happening is that what forestry-related product leaves Africa is it ends up going to other continents. It largely ends up going to Europe. There is very little, and that's kind of a failing of the, inherently in the industry itself at the moment, is that it tends to sell a low-value product rather than doing the value addition and the production here. So it's really as simple as, without a resilient, healthy forest system, these whole climate and biodiversity crises that we hear about all the time, we absolutely need solid, healthy forest systems, be they plantations or natural forests. I represent Forest Stewardship Council. That's our mission there. We are a sustainability organization, and sustainability in terms of social, environmental, and economic. And let me do that. That just kind of summarizes where we come from. We are not, Forest Stewardship Council is probably the oldest and longest lasting and probably the most widespread of the forest certification organizations. We are active in just under 100 different countries globally. And we do forest management certification on supply side, and then we do chain of custody certification downstream. So these are the elements of what I was talking about earlier in terms of risk management. The Forest Stewardship Council certification is credible as a labeling, a market tool that allows you to be your risk to be managed. The chain of custody is simply the downstream handling of product. As I say, the forest management is upstream. I'm not going to go into the minute details of all of these. There's another form of that. And so simply as architects and designers and people in that industry, you need to be asking where the material that you want to use is coming from. If it comes from a certified forest production system and a chain of custody, where chain of custody is the sawmill and then the processes beyond that, the glulam agent or the glulam companies or the crosslam companies that operate upstream, you need to know that they have a credible base to their environmental compliance. The other thing that the FSC has is this thing called project certification. And again, this is if you have clients who are looking for a sustainability credibility, the project certification system can possibly work for you. Its advantage is that not all of the players in the supply chain need to be FSC certificate holders. You can integrate a sawmill, a glulam plant, a architect, a construction engineer, and so on, into a project team, and parts of that whole project then becomes certifiable with a sustainability the sustainability labeling that goes with that. Then I'll just end quickly with a few examples of what has been done. These are examples of FSC certified timber constructions. Bullet Center has been around for several years now. It's the first in the US that used project certification. 6-story building, lot more detail in that. This is another one in the Netherlands. Again, reception center for a campsite based on solid timber and using natural materials. These next couple are African examples. This is one in the DRC where a conservation agency is using a but, you know, they built this restaurant setup for their staff and their guests. This is an interesting one. This is in Lesotho. Sorry, the spacing came out slightly strange there. It's a little social development NGO that wanted, they run an organization called Kick for Life, which is a non-profit that is helping disadvantaged children. And they have just built a soccer stadium. It's not really a stadium, it's a seating thing in the background, based on eucalyptus poles. And that was certified as a project because the producer, the forest that the poles came out of, the treatment plants, the architects and so on are all part of the project. And then the French embassy in Gabon was, again, this is a partial certification. There was concrete work in the background. All the facade was done in certified timber. So basically, this is just the take-home, is that, you know, every timber building starts its life in a forest. The question is, what kind of forest was it before? What kind of forest is it during? And what kind of forest is it going to be afterwards? The answer to that comes from being sure that your source is sustainably managed. That's what we do. Thank you. And I've left you with 8 minutes.
Thank you very much. Richard, thanks a lot. It brings us all to think a bit more what we do, where the timber comes from. Thank you very much. Nowadays, one must be so careful when you say things because there's somebody else that's more clever than you, and then they say, no, you're wrong. So this is ChatGPT. They say on this planet, we have 3 trillion trees. In the Milky Way, there's between 200 and 400 billion stars. Between 200 and 400 billion stars. On this planet, 3 trillion trees. So there's a lot of trees. We must just look how we look after the trees and how we're going to use the trees. I think that's very important. Somebody that's a bit nervous today, I hope I'm going to say this correctly, Vitier Martine in South Africa. Yeah? He's from the Czech Republic, and the Czech people are very close to me. And I tried the one word that I've practiced, Vitier, welcome, and I think you're up next. Thank you very much. And later on, you can ask for Czech people. I think I said Martine. I think in Czech you will say Martine, but we just read it all as Martin. Martin.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Martin Povala. I'm a representative of A2 Timber Company, as Hanno said, from Czechia, Middle Europe. As first, I want to say thank you to Curator Group for inviting me for this nice conference. And today I'm here to show you or share with you some basic information of one of our projects. And this project is Czech Expo Pavilion in Osaka, Japan. So, how it all started? It started in 2022. For more than 20 years, all the Czech pavilions been built by design and build method, but General Commissioner of Expo, Ondrej Soška, decided that in this time he would like to try anonymous architectural competition. So from 38 designs, professional jury led by famous Czech architect Eva Jiřičná choose this design from a purpose architect. In competition were simply tasked. Design is reusable. Reusable means that this building should be disassembled, sorted, packed, and bring back to Czech Republic and build again. And the second task was use as much as possible of wood and glass. So here we can see the first visualization of whole building. Iconic spiral with a glass facade, rooftop terrace with a VIP lounge, and the whole building is next to waterfront, so some drone shows have been seen from there. We don't have a visualization of the basement. Also, basement is from wood. You will see it in some next slides. Because in the basement there are just some storage, kitchen, changing rooms, and these stuffs. Okay. Some visualization from interior. Left top is iconic spiral from Novatop element and the glass facade. Right top, auditorium for ceremonies, exhibitions. Left bottom, VIP lounge for business meetings on the rooftop. And the right bottom is a restaurant in the first floor of Czech Pavilion, very famous for Czech beer. Why was this project so unique? It was the very first building in Japan without any metal load-bearing structure. We have some in the spiral, steel columns, but these are only one. And it was very first 5-story building, 18 meters tall in Japan. Everybody told us that it's nearly impossible to build this kind of building in so traditional culture like Japan, because Japanese only allow 3-story buildings from wood. So it needs special requirements, negotiation with Ministry of Industry, and a lot of static calculation and fire safety calculation. Unfortunately, the Japanese static didn't believe in European softwares, so many static calculation had to be done by hand. And also, this was not enough for them. Some details has to be tested in special laboratories in Czech Republic. Some basic description of our construction. So basement, substructure made of combination of concrete walls and slabs, and CLT posts, walls, and slab above basement from CLT. Then on the right side, we can see the iconic core 767, diameter 767 meters, and core 987 meters, connected together by a lot of platforms and staircase for moving inside the pavilion. We can see composition of the first floor, so some round post from glulam, some CLT walls, and again, CLT slab above first floor, connected to the core by special aluminum T-lock floor components. Here we can see the construction part, which were tested in the special laboratory. This part is called balconies, and it's totally consolate. So it means this hadn't had a support structure. Now, the part which we call the Novatop spiral, or spiral of glass and wood. For this construction, we choose our partner Novatop and their product Novatop element. It's because of absolutely unique visual quality, low weight, no dimension changes, and also static properties. On the right side, let's say, classic construction of combination glulam posts and beams with CLT slabs. So this part is called rooftop shelter or VIP lounge. Now, total overview on the construction. In total, we are talking about 1,000 cubic meters of wood and 50 tons of steel. As I told, steel parts are only used for connection wood to wood and as a steel post on the Novatop spiral. Here we can see that the spiral made a console in front view up to 3 meters in the 3rd floor and another 3 meters in a 4th floor. Another special structure, 15 meters span, 18 trusses connected together in the middle in the wooden ring. We will see it in some next slide, but the trusses are made of CNC machining cross-laminated timber connection to steel tie rod. Okay, this was the design phase. It took more than 1.5 years to get the temporary building permit. So in my eyes, this was the most difficult part of this project, as I told, mainly because of Japanese authorities. Now we move to produce phase. We can divide it into 2A. The first one, our own pre-assemble hall, where we handcrafted all the glulam posts and beams, connected it with the steel parts, and prepared it for as easy assemble as possible. On the left side, you can see the roof structure made of 18 trusses connected together in the middle with wooden ring. We do the assembly in our pre-assembled hall, do all the necessary measurement, adjustment, then disassemble it, pack it, and send it to Japan. When we firstly installed it in our pre-assembled hall, it took us 6 days. But because we made a high level of prefabrication, then on the construction site, it takes only 1.5 days to complete it. We will see it soon. Now some pictures from drilling, cutting the glulam posts and beams. For us as Europeans, it's a bit strange, but in Japan, due to earthquakes and typhoons, it's forbidden to use steel of strength S235. So we have to use steel S355. And this is why you can see we couldn't use pre-drilled screws, but we have to handle hammering 30,000 of dowels into the posts and beams. Now another picture of round posts, very hard handcraft. So, a few pictures of packing and loading. Even if we choose containers with roof, there is still possibility of damage by water or by high humidity in the container due to high temperatures or potential damage of the container. So we have to pack everything very carefully, and then we load it by forklift or special machine for loading container, as you can see in the middle top. Also, all the fasteners had to be sorted because on site during the assembly process, we were forced to use delivery in time. I will show it later. So, a few photos from production of our friends from Novatop. The iconic spiral and components, Novatop elements, were produced there. And we were very excited about them in this project they helped us a lot. They help us to pre-assemble the panels, as you can see, with the steel parts and pre-drilling. So then on the construction side, it was totally easy. It was like Lego. So big thanks to them. On the left side, we can see the very first panel produced in Novatop, and General Commissar Ondřej Soška made a sign on it. And on the right side, you can see a composition of a Novatop element panel, a combination of 3-pliers board and glulam beams. Here we can see the iconic spiral, which is definitely the most visible part of the whole project. And in the first floor, you can see 4 pieces in red. In this place, no support structure were. So these parts, as you can see, were delivered, connected already together by screws. So also big thanks to our friends from Novatop. For the all horizontal construction, we use breathable membrane as a temporary protection from rain and high humidity. Now we jump to start of our installation. We came in September 2024, me and 5 workers. For us, it's enough to have 5 workers on this kind of project. We start with the drilling to concrete. It was very tough, full of rebar. So we have to jump from normal drilling to core drilling. It took us 3 days to just drill the holes for the connection between the post and the slab. So in total 50 posts in the basement connected to the concrete slab by threaded rod and chemical anchor. Placed between the steel part and the concrete slab, fulfilled by special, very strong mortar. And then we see the CLT walls. CLT walls connected to the concrete, classically by low expansive mortar and classic angle brackets. In this picture, in the bottom, we can see the slab above basement. 600 square meters. It took only 2 days to complete the assembly process. And again, you can see the temporary membrane to avoid high humidity of the wood. In the basement, 300 square meters of wood were assembled. Okay. Then we start with the core 767. 12 meters long CLT walls. And unfortunately, in that time, typhoon started to be formed near the Japanese coast. We have to continue very carefully, because if the typhoon impact in these days, it's going to be nearly impossible to secure this construction against strong wind. So here on these pictures, you can see classic CLT walls of the core 767, very tall posts, 12 meters high. And also in the right bottom, it's first floor. It's a combination of round post and CLT, again with the temporary membrane. And this is how we continue. Here you can see nearly done core 767 and also 987. You can see that some parts of a columns has to be connected together on the construction site due to container length limits. And you can see the assembly process on the right side, assembly process, how we assemble the tall CLT walls. CLT walls connected by special steel plates and the coach screws. And only for the core 767 and 787, we had to use approximately 20,000 of the coach screws. Okay, construction of auditorium balcony. These details were tested in special laboratories in Czech Republic. Classic CLT, console without any support structure. This was the masterpiece, the roof structure. For assembly process, we need support structure in the middle, because in this construction, you always start it from the middle point. So as first, you have to assemble the middle wooden ring, and then all 18 trusses in combination of CLT and steel tie rod. As I told before, because we pre-assembled it in our production hall, on the construction site, only 1.5 days took this construction. And now, Novatop spiral again. You can see the steel plates, which were put in production and pre-drilled holes. So very, very easy assembly process. From this point, we do assembly process with the 2 cranes. Here you can see how it was assembled. So pre-assembled glulam beams with steel parts and Novatop elements, components, just like a Lego. Very easy to assemble, very nice. Yeah. And here we can see the bridge on the left side. It's from 4 parts of steps connected together and bring to Japan in one piece. On the right side, we can see the Novatop element going to console. As I told before, 3 meters in 3rd floor, another 3 meters in the 4th floor. Okay. Here we can see the final overview of the whole building, the iconic spiral in front of the building. So all the visitors who came into our pavilion during the expo see as a first our iconic spiral of wood and glass. In the bottom, you can see the visitor spot with painting from a famous Czech painter Alfons Mucha. And it's again Novatop element. On the right side, it's a restaurant. Also classic glue lamp posts combined with the CLT slabs. Why was our pavilion so unique? An elegant spiral structure made of Czech wood and glass, as I told, interactive exhibition, but we get silver prize for architecture, and we get People Choice Gold medal. So even if the Japanese people so traditional, they immediately fall in love with our pavilion and choose it as a winner of People's Choice. So last pictures, and one important thing. In these days, the final negotiations about the future of this pavilion has been taken. We are waiting for the new position of our pavilion, because from the beginning it was designed that one day after Expo ended, it's going to be disassembled, sorted, packed, sent back to Czech Republic and built again. So we are very excited that we believe soon we will come back to Japan and do our work once again and better. Okay, so what's next? Maybe some of you know my colleague Martin Novak, who is with me today. Before the COVID impact the world, he cooperated in some project here in South Africa, mainly here in the CapeTown and also in the Johannesburg. So we are open, definitely open for all the cooperations. We both love the wood, and that's all. So once again, thank you for your invitation, thank you for your attention, and have a nice day.
Martin, thank you very much. it wasn't that bad, was it? There we go. Thank you. And that spiral is quite impressive, beautiful. Maybe you must come and erect it in South Africa for a few years. Just before we go on, just remember about the CBD points, the parking ticket, and then there is the Student Wood Foundation. There is flyers somewhere around. There's an after party afterwards. So George is inviting you to come and drink something. So if you're willing to spend George's money drinking something, maybe get a flyer and give money to a good cause. So the flyers is somewhere here. I'm not sure where. Zaida will know as you go out, or in front there next to Katarina, there are some flyers. It will be out on the table. So grab a flyer if you're on your way out and look at what the Student Wood Foundation is doing. 15 years ago, when we started with this, George told me, do you know something about Création Holz? I said, no, I can't even speak any French. I don't understand a word what you're talking of. He said, no, Création Holz. I said, no, George, I've got no idea what you talk about. Well, then he invited Création Holz, and they were here. They actually helped us with the very first wood conference, and then we met people like Herman Blume, and today we have Fabian here from Création Holz. Thank you very much, Fabian, and we are very happy to have you here today. Thank you. Thanks. Oh, careful.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to this wonderful conference. Thank you, Georges and Roger. We're here to celebrate 15 years of pushing the boundaries of wood, from visionary forms to grounded reality, if you like, and explore how those ideas resonate with timber construction in South Africa. The motto of the conference, for me, is an invitation to both look back and forward. My personal journey into timber construction started some 20 years ago. Actually, I'm a trained computer scientist and I have no idea about timber. But I was working as a research assistant at ETH in Zurich, the technical university, and I got to know Herman Blume and the Création Holz network during an experimental pavilion project for the Swiss Bau Fair in 2005. The aim was to explore the direct connection between the digital design and the digital fabrication, what we called the digital chain at that time, between a self-programmed design system, software, and all the way down to a 5-axis CNC machine who cut some 1,200 wooden panels to be put together to quadrilateral square boxes and then stacked on top of each other to form that small little sphere there. And only 5 years later, we were at the inauguration of our first large-scale timber project where we could add our magic digital source, if you like, the Centre Pompidou in Metz by Shigeru Ban and Jean Agustin. And to be honest, we stumbled into that project by mere accident. A colleague from ETH and I had done a few more research projects and thought it would be a great idea to found a company. And if you have a company, you need paid work, so we were looking for projects. And we researched timber construction companies who had already done crazy, curvy projects. And on our list was this project. That's the Expo 2000 roofs in Hanover in Germany, designed by Thomas Herzog and partner. And we found out that Holzbau Ammann in the Black Forest was involved in that project as a timber contractor. And we called them up and asked if he could come by and talk a little about our ideas, and maybe they had a little small pavilion project for us to join. What we didn't know at that time, that Holzbau Ammann was actually part of that Création Holz network that we had already collaborated with a few years earlier in the little Swiss Bau pavilion. And of course, after we called them, they called up Herman Blume and asked, hey, those greenhorns from Zurich, are they any good? Should we invite them? And I don't know Herman's answer until now, but we got invited. And about halfway through the presentation, Gerhard Ammann stopped us and said, hey, look, we have a small project here and we actually need some help. Can you start next Monday? And then he threw the drawings of the Centre Pompidou onto the table. And we were a bit puzzled because that was a bit more than we had expected. This was not a 15 square meter pavilion. This was 8,500 square meters of doubly curved timber roof. And we asked, hey, are you convinced that we can do that? And they told us, we're not even convinced that we can do it, but we need a team to try. And this is what we did. So we started next Monday, took the input, a digital model with nodes and straight sticks, tried and helped to reconstruct a design surface to precisely describe the overall shape of that roof, used that as an input to create about 18 kilometers of curved timber beams, built little tools to break them down into 1,800 beam segments, used to order the raw material, in that case, glue laminated blanks, a lot of them pretty curvy. They were then put into the CNC machine at Holzbau Ammann and cut down to the actual shape within 0.5 millimeter tolerance, including all the details. And then put on a truck, which was pretty difficult, as you can imagine when you see this image here, shipped to France, put on top of a scaffolding in 6 layers on top of each other with shear blocks in between and pre-stressed rods at the crossing nodes to form this incredible roof over this museum in France. And we thought, hey, it's working. Yeah. And only a few years later, this pattern of Shigeru Ban reappeared in Paris, La Cité Musicale, or La Scène Musicale as it's called right now. But this time the beams were not passing each other nicely, but they had to intersect. So we had crossing nodes that needed to be figured out in terms of assembly to form this, this big ball sphere or in the middle of the River Seine in Paris. It's a concert hall with 1,200 seats, about 30 meters high. And it's got a glass facade on top of it, which added quite some complexity. And it didn't stop there, because whenever you solve a problem, the architects come again with a bigger problem. So while the Seine Musicale was still underway, this time with a German timber contractor, Hess, in Germany, this project appeared. It's the headquarters of Swatch Omega, the watchmaker. So on the left side of the image is Swatch, and on the right side is Omega. Again, by Shigeru Ban, it's a 11,000 square meter timber grid shell this time. This is a top view, so you can see that this building is actually going over the street and lying its head on the other side of the street onto the Omega building. It consists of more than 4,500 curved GLT beams, this time fabricated by Bluma Lehmann in Switzerland and also installed. And this is the last project I'm quickly going to show you before I tell you what's behind all this, is the Wisdom in Stockholm. A very special project because we were changing timber materials at that time. So this is a dome made from CLT panels, a geodesic dome, which seems pretty straightforward unless you go into the details, because then it gets complicated. But on top of that is a timber grid shell with a span of 48 meters in one direction, made from LVL lamellas, which is a material that we hadn't worked with before, but we had to because the material sponsor for this project was in Sweden, and they wanted to have their material used in the project, so we couldn't use GLT. Like we know, the architects are Elding Oskarsson from Sweden, and this is sort of the build-up. It's a 5-layer grid shell, and every layer of beams, again, is built from 5 layers of LVL panels. They're only 27 millimeters thin, so they could bend, and they are stacked on top of each other. Only the lowest layer of LVL beams is glued into the curved shape. All the other layers are just stacked on top of that, structurally connected by this red dowels you can see on the right-hand side, working as a structural connection between those things. This is an image during the erection, so you can basically see the top layer on half of the image is already installed, and the lower beams are still missing their top layers. Those lamellas were pre-cut and milled with all the detailing in Switzerland, and then flat packed and shipped to Sweden to assembly, sort of reversing the IKEA principle. So you can see them here. They were nicely packed already, pre-packed in layers of 5, in stacks of 5, and then put on top of each other into those things and formed a structure here. A very, very successful thing. It's a really beautiful space. If you ever come to Sweden, which is quite a distance from here, I have to admit, make sure you see that thing. So what is behind all this? Yeah, what we're doing there basically is building just the digital models. Design to production deliberately does neither design nor the production. We're just doing the two in the middle. That means we're connecting the two sides. The challenge in those freeform projects is, of course, lot size 1. In a project like Swatch, we have 4,600 individually prefabricated parts. This is one of the more curvy ones, including all the details. But luckily, we have CNC machines, and computer-controlled machines actually don't care if they do 4,600 individual or 4,600 similar parts, as long as they get the right data. And that is sort of the problem that we try to tackle, together with the challenge of the level of detail that we can do there, because the good thing with CNC fabrication in timber is that you can already prefabricate also all the detailings. In Swatch, there's about 140,000 fasteners in the timber structure alone. And it's going to be pretty hard to find the exact position and orientation of every screw hole in this curvy structure. So, of course, we don't want to do this by hand in a way. But how do you digitally model every single hole before it can be drilled by a digital machine? This is quite an explosion of information, from the sort of undetailed rough design model to the fully detailed production model in the end. And you don't want to find every hole by clicking with the mouse there. So what we employ is what we call parametric design. We use the undetailed model as an input and create all those things by means of little digital programs or scripts, we call them, that do most of the work by the press of a button. That means we get an incredible lever in terms of productivity for this thing. To give you another example, in Swatch, we produced about 40 gigabytes of data for the timber structure and the facade together. About 18 gigabytes of this is actual 3D model data, so what you would call BIM models or fabrication models. About 22 gigabytes is exported data from there. Plan drawings, tables, fabrication data, whatever is needed to actually create that thing. But the actual work in the whole project is in this little part here, which is about 12 megabytes of parametric code. So programs, little scripts that we wrote on top of standard computer programs for planning that created all the rest of the data, more or less, with the flick of a button. Apart from being super productive, of course, this also increases quality a little bit. Altogether in Swatch, we had about 75,000 parts that had to be created, all bespoke, no repetition. Mistakes happen, also with us, also with programming. We had about 100 parts coming out of the planning chain wrong, which personally bugs me because at least 50 of them I did. Well, we're still down at 1.5 per mil of an error rate there, which is a little bit less than the usual construction project would actually allow. So no one ever asked for compensation for those mistakes, which gives quite an image about how few there were. So altogether, we had the chance of working on more than 50 crazy, curvy, experimental freeform timber projects over the last 20 years. They have attracted quite some attention But we are, of course, aware that this will not solve all the problems. 99.99% of all wooden projects are not freeform projects. They are pretty rectangular, orthogonal. But those projects that you see here, they were never just about the form alone, at least not for us. They were pretty instrumental in exploring and defining new processes for planning and production in timber construction. And maybe they have also helped to change the perception of wood as a building material. When we started that, also in Europe, the image of wood was different than it is now, I think. Yeah? Wood was an old school, low-tech material for small, simple structures with a short lifespan because, hey, this stuff is burning and it's rotting. Yeah, you all know the arguments because you have to fight them all the time. Simon, I hear you. They only allow limited architectural expression. There's only straight beams. There's pretty low precision, low quality manual craft. So timber actually is just for shacks, yeah, or little pavilions. And I think that has changed, yeah. Of course, timber is one of the very few renewable materials and can be sustainable, as we've just learned. It's actually an innovative, high-tech, sustainable material by now. We can do large, complex structures. They are durable if you design them right. You can achieve quite expressive designs as an architect, and they can be prefabricated at high precision and high quality and basically fit together like an IKEA shelf or even more precise than that. So timber suddenly is for museums, for concert halls, and for headquarters, and not just for small little shacks anymore. So what we hope is that those projects served as lighthouses for timber construction. Lighthouses is not where most ships go, but without them, navigation would be pretty difficult. So these projects were not prototypes for simple repetition. They were proofs of possibility. They didn't show what should be built everywhere. They showed what timber is capable of. And the challenge now is, how do we get from those Formula One projects to the streets and apply them for more standard projects? And this is where it actually gets tricky. So we've tried, and you've seen that project already. We've tried to build an orthogonal project. After we've done Swatch, we thought we could do everything. Yeah, there was a bit of a hybris, and we went orthogonal and tried to do this project. It's 8 stories, prefabricated timber housing project, 250 apartments. And we tried to do that together with the client as a BIM2 fabrication pilot project. And I have to say, we miserably failed because we were not able to apply our digital lever, our parametric tricks to the project in the form that we thought we could. I give you one example to explain this. On the left-hand side, you see Swatch. It's got a facade with 2,800 individually curvy facade elements, all bespoke. There's 9 different types of it. So if you look closely, you can see some of them are transparent with glass. Some of them are translucent with EPFE cushions in there. Some of them are opaque with or without photovoltaics. There were 9 different types altogether. So we, together with the facade engineers and the timber engineers, developed 9 parametric connection details, how the element type would connect to the timber structure underneath, programmed 9 different scripts, tipped on a button, and then 2,800 facade elements with their details were created. Hooray. On the other side, we have about 1,000 orthogonal windows, and out of the planning stage, we received more than 90 different facade details to connect them to the prefabricated element walls. So we have a third of the parts, and they're not even curvy, but we have 3 times or 10 times as many details. This is a rationalization factor of 1 to 30 that you're seeing here. And this is what basically broke our neck in this project, because writing a script for only 10 details to create at some point is more expensive than doing it by hand. If we want to exploit those tools that we have at hand, namely parametric automation, we need to have some more systematic design and rules and parameters to actually do that. Don't ask me where those 90 details came from. Ask the architects. So why did those projects actually work? Not a single discipline could have done this alone. The real innovation was collaboration, not the geometry behind it. We are incredibly lucky to have been thrown into one of those teams, not as heroes, but as contributors to a shared risk. Because if everybody sort of looks a little bit over his own fence and tries to also reduce the risk on the other side, then those projects can flourish. So what do you need to do something like this? You need, of course, visionary architects like Shigeru Ban, who finds a straw hat on the flea market, at least this is the legend behind the Centre Pompidou in Metz, and turns it into a museum roof. Next to the visionary architect, you need some brave clients like the Hayek family, who invested in their new headquarters for Swatch Omega. This is at the opening ceremony in Biel in 2019. You need the raw material. You need engineered timber as a high-tech and sustainable material. It needs to be certified, and it needs to be produced by somebody, hopefully also in this crazy curvy shape here for the Centre Pompidou, just in time at a reasonable price delivered to the production. You need advanced engineers who are crazy enough to build digital models of structures like this. We would be nowhere without Hermann and his team at SJB to come up with things like that and prove that they would be standing up in the end, which I think is pretty, yeah, you have to approach that pretty fearless, I think. I couldn't do it. But more important, they have to come up with systematic details so they're easy to fabricate and also to assemble in the end, something that we call design for manufacture and assembly, because otherwise you'll end up with 90 different details for one problem. You need skilled carpenters, not only for perfect execution in the end, but also to talk to them early enough to learn from their problems and make their lives as easy as possible. It doesn't seem as easy on this picture, but we tried our best for the Wisdom in Stockholm, and they managed brilliantly. And for, of course, those curvy things, as I already explained, you probably need digital fabrication to enable individual production. And to do this, you need precise digital models that deliver correct data for every stage, all the way down to the fabrication stage at the end, to give you actual detailed data for the machine to put the drilling holes. And since this is not in one person's head, you need a team of specialists who like to work together. You need to supply them with unlimited coffee and enough time to think problems through to the very end to come up with solutions. In short, you need actually a timber ecosystem. You need to come up with something that provides all of this at the same time, at the right quality, at the right speed. And this is, I think, the most difficult problem that we're facing in this industry, is that we all need to evolve together to get forward. Because to create such a network, those lighthouse projects might actually be a great idea. They help bring together the experts in the field and create showcases for what wood can actually do, which hopefully in turn also motivates others to enter the playing field, to learn, to explore, to come up with new business ideas, to become better at whatever they already do with wood, to push the envelope even further, one project at a time. Because this is about building more and better timber buildings. We need to sort of get an upward spiral going, like in many of those projects. And we were really lucky to be added to one of those upward spirals at the right time. But actually, I think it doesn't really matter on which level you start. You just have to start. And this is why I'm super excited to see projects like this in CapeTown, like the Greenpoint Educational Dome project. Hey, it's a freeform project. Yeah? It might be a lighthouse for timber in South Africa. It's exceptional, it's wood, and I congratulate the team behind this project, and I hope it can serve as the lighthouse, the milestone for getting people together around it, finding new teams and creating an upward spiral for timber construction in South Africa, show what's possible with wood, and then translate the rocket science of those pavilions into standard projects that are better and quicker to build. Thank you very much.
Fabian, thank you very much. I think it's something like, if you can dream it, you can do it. Something like that. Unbelievable. I mean, I've been here since the beginning and I've seen all these things and I still am amazed at what you can do with wood. Guys, we are almost there. 2 more speakers to go and it's almost 4 o'clock. In half an hour, you can go to the table, you can sign the register and you can get your points. But I think we've got still 2 more speakers that's going to be quite interesting. Now I've got my geographics correct and I'm actually afraid of saying this. But Hannes, we spoke last night. Where are you, Hannes? Hannes is here and Hannes is from Finland. I don't know why I mixed it up this morning. Thank you very much. Today we are full of Scandinavian people, down here in the south of the planet. But thank you very much for coming all the way down to South Africa and we're looking forward to listening to you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, finally that Finnish guy. With a German name. Okay, but yes, between Jari ja Hannu, Finnish names. So, good afternoon everyone in this place and online. It is my pleasure and honor to be here to speak to you. And thanks to the organizer and Curator Group for inviting me and allowing to be a part of this event. And thanks a lot those good luck fishes what I got. Okay, I'm Hannes Tähtinen, like Hannu said, from Finland. Before I continue, I would like to ask how many of you know where is Finland located. So, would you be a kind and raise your hand if you know where is Finland? Thanks. Good homework to you. Yes, that is right. Finland is located Northern Europe and part of Nordic countries. Known for 1,000 lakes and of course forest, our green gold. Right to the next, Sweden and Norway. The purpose of my presentation is to show how we use wood in construction and why. Today I will open up diverse possibilities that modern timber construction offers. Timber has rapidly become a key solution for low carbon, efficient and architectural expressive buildings. As we know, wood is a super material, it's a sustainable and renewable material and construction material that stores carbon and thereby helps to mitigate climate change. At the same time, it is modern and evolving and has a strong history. A few things before we truly get started. We must remember what material we are working with, and everyone who involved, the client, the designer, the contractor, and the end user must keep this in mind. Every material has good and not so good properties, and of course, every material has its place in structures. It doesn't make sense for us to make timber buildings with the layout of concrete buildings. It is important to build of terms of wood. We need to be considering fire, moisture, and behavior of timber material. So we get the best out of material and effective structures. Today, timber construction includes multiple structural systems and multiple solutions, and all we can build on site or into the factory. Load-bearing walls can be built from logs, CLT, LVL, or light frame stud structures. System enables a versatile floor layout, and the use of walls also is stiffeners. Column beam system can be built, example glulam and LVL, and also we can combine concrete and steel, so we get a hybrid solution and benefits of strengths of timber, concrete, and steel. The benefits of these methods are large open spaces that can be modified as needed. Then there is a modular method, like the one of the bottom right. Those are modular apartment buildings, even though they look like it. Modular construction has the highest degree of prefabrication. Modular solution enables fast industrial construction, and example can be used movable buildings or in temporary buildings also. Now let's look a little bit of design and fabrication. Design and construction have changed a little bit, but of course old stays always. Something old stays. Just laws of physics and structural mechanics. As I mentioned earlier, know the material and appreciate it. This is how we can make the best of use it. I have noticed, and my experience in the field has shown, that understanding the material being designed as well as its manufacturing techniques is an important element in designer's toolbox. Today, sufficient information must be included in design documents, and the flow of information must be ensured. So, model-based design and BIM enable, in addition to information flow, features such as clash detection and general visualization. Increasing digitalization also provides benefit in the subsequent project phases, example, when we moving into the manufacturing. One of the strengths of timber structures is their potential for a high degree of prefabrication. We can eliminate the structures which multiply cost efficiency from several perspectives. First, material waste is reduced. Second, repeatability improves. Third, quality monitoring becomes easier. Fourth, and working methods can be developed. In addition, fewer tasks remain to be carried out on site, and the overall construction time on site is shortened. CNC machine provides accuracy, small tolerance, speed, and architectural freedom, like we saw right before. CNC and CAM enable the use of automation and of course, the creating of series. Okay, let's move on. Yes. To the Finnish example where things come up. First, we look at an office in middle of Helsinki by the seaside. It is part of a wood city block. It was the largest wooden office in Finland when it was complete. Building is LEED Platinum certification award building, stores carbon dioxide equivalent to about 600 passenger cars. A few points worth noting. Supercell's headquarters were used multiply LVL for columns and beams. That project was developed for the building in this. And in this example, I want to emphasize the speed of installation. That is typical of timber structures. The installation speed of timber frame was 2 weeks per floor. So that is for about 3 to 4 months. Assembly was even faster than we expected. Fast installation reduced the traffic disruptions caused by the construction. Although in timber construction tolerance are measured in millimeters, thanks to the CNC machine elements, everything goes well. Of course, due to different tolerance of material, special attention was paid to the interface between concrete and timber. Main contractor, SRV, said that the elements according to the site fit extremely well. Second case and example are Katajanokan laituri. Someone has probably noticed in some context already, because it's many times awarded wooden building. Building's wooden elements have captured 6,000 tons of carbon dioxide. It is a mixed use building and interchangeable use between hotel and office in Helsinki. Also, this building has a LEED Platinum certification. Katajanokan laituri demonstrates how timber can deliver both architectural identity and structural performance. I would like to highlight a few things about this project. There was a used new product in Finland again. The beams and columns are block glued LVL, so laminated veneer lumber, which is reclued, and those pieces are glued together again to produce block glued massive element. This gave us a more load-bearing capacity and fire safety. As a special mention, I can tell you that all timber elements are manufactured based on 3D information, so our structural model is extremely detailed, and we give this information straight to the manufacturing where the pieces are cut by CNC machines. And one example is that right side is the which weighs about 8 tons strass and contains 300 zero-tolerance dowels. The last two examples are school and educational buildings. And when we look at Helsinki School Natural Sciences, it is built for 900 students. The building was fully modeled in BIM and fabricated off-site, improving accuracy and reducing installation time. Major part of engineering work focused on connection design. Side project with Peikko, who are concrete connection manufacturer, we develop concrete connect part of timber structures. It is good to see that we are getting more solution and prefabrication also for timber connection. This helps a lot also cost effectiveness side. Building has a CLT concrete composite slab, which helps with a long span. There we got both material best properties. This lead a lower intermediate floor structures and helps to room and floor heights. Last, but not the least, Mansikkala School Center in Imatra. Building is home to over 1,000 children and young people from kindergarten to high school. In modern education, group size vary, and the school also functions as a community center for city residents. In the Mansikkala Timber School project has been chosen a timber element construction and beam column system, primarily because of the flexibility it offers. Thanks to the modular layout and grid, the space can be easily adapted to different group sites and multipurpose use. Another key reason was the high level of prefabrication. When elements are manufactured in factory condition, excellent dimensional accuracy is achieved. In just a large building, BIM as an enabler and solution. Building information modeling was a key tool in the challenging coordinate of the designs, example between building service and load-bearing structures. Designers work across 3 locations and 15 designers involved over the course of the project. Prefabrication provides efficiency, and together they enable this large timber school to be completed with high quality and cost efficiencies. I put an example that to the right. It is highly complex roof was built from 240 factory-made modules. It is easier than installing over 1,500 gang nail plate truss individually. As a side note, the gang nail plate structures is an effective product itself. But anyway, first 2 lower modules were installed. Then that upper module was put on the hat. The modules already have a base member ready and eaves. Those roof modules were useful because the on-site phase becomes significantly shorter. It also meant faster construction, fewer errors, and of course, safer installation. At the same time, structures were quickly built to protect against the weather, and the contractor was able to move that weather protection over the next block. And then it's time for a summary. To conclude, timber construction has significant growth potential globally as sustainable requirements increase. Timber structure have several structural systems and implementation methods, and we can even mix them together. Digital design tools and prefabrication enable faster, more precise, and more flexible building solution, and quality assurance is easier to verify in the factory. The timber construction industry has the potential to ride the new wave of digitalization and evolve far beyond the older industry faster. We have to remember, and more importantly, we can learn from the concrete and steel industries and avoid their mistakes. So, it is not wrong to say that timber and wood remains one of the most compelling materials for future-proof, low-carbon construction and inspiring architecture. Thank you for your interesting.
Hannes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the long way you came out here to South Africa. We really appreciate that. And thank you.
It's my honor.
Thank you very much. And hopefully we'll see you in the future again. You must look at his bow tie. This is a guy whose passion is in wood.
My little brother said that above this line, everything is wood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, here we are. The last speaker of the day, Sebastian, is going to come up. Guys, please have a decency. Listen to Sebastian. He's got something good to tell us. And then when Sebastian is done, I will come and I will tell you where the after party is afterwards. I'm not going to do that now. Otherwise, everybody will go to the after party. For now, we're first going to listen to Sebastian, and the rest I will tell you later on. Thank you very much.
So let's see if my voice is going to hold up. I think last night I spent too much timber talking. So let's see how that goes. But thanks to your great system of getting credits, the hall is still full. So it's really cool to be here. Thanks so much for the invitation. It's a really great honor. And, I've been in South Africa a couple times. First time I was here in 2009, invited to a workshop up in Joburg. And then I had a research scholarship from the Austrian government in 2010, working on informal settlements and public transport or informal public transport, also in Joburg, with a couple of colleagues up there. So, after, I think like 2 years ago, I figured, there's actually lots of timber construction going on in South Africa. you know, there's another conference, the Growing Timber Connection from University of Pretoria. So I reached out to them, and so I learned about all this ecosystems. You know, I love the term ecosystems. You heard it quite some time today, but it's very important. And yeah, it's great to be in your ecosystem. And you know, I bring some projects and experiences I made, I want to share with you. And you know, it's also really great to be here and learn about your experiences and see what you're working on. And you know, we heard it a couple times today, your forest industry, your base product, the material you work with, you know, the clients, different rules and different working conditions. So that's quite inspiring to see what's coming up. So, you know, I want to start with, so probably not too fast, click not too fast. Oh, here we go. So, I want to start just with a quick intro of, you know, how we work in timber construction. I've learned working on, or working with timber in Austria, you know, as we do as Europeans. And I brought all this knowledge first to Canada for 2 years. I was in Montreal working there as an architect. And then to the US, and you know, with kind of like, you know, coming more from a sustainability side, not being trained as a carpenter or as a woodworker. You know, through the constant explanation of how timber works, what are the benefits, what are the ups and downs, and how do you work with this thing, you know, I turned into this timber specialist. And, you know, I always try to learn something from the context I'm in, and this time in the US. So I thought, okay, what can you learn from, let's say, the crazy Americans? And so, you know, it was really cool because I figured, you know, they're very good in tall buildings and skyscraper construction. And so I had this aha moment, actually I could combine this into, you know, combine it with timber. So switching title from mass timber to tall timber specialist. And, you know, so what we do is not just, you know, what you see here on the left, making nice pictures, or, you know, talk about a big picture, about a big scale, but it's also very important to think about the small detail from the very first beginning. And, you know, I studied with Greg Lynn, American architect at the Angewandte in Vienna, an art school. And one term he was mentioning over and over again is structure is ornament. And, you know, this is particularly cool with timber, you know, because it's a cool structure to show. And so I stuck with that. And also I studied with Klaus Bollinger, you might know, as a German engineer from Bollinger Grohmann. And so, you know, I love to work with structural engineers and, of course, all the other trades like fire and so forth. All right. Be patient. And what we also say, you know, so that's kind of like what we branded at CF Möller. I was working for CF Möller Architects as kind of like their firm-wide timber specialist on all the projects in the Scandinavias. And this is a project here. Unfortunately, we didn't get the commission. It's for timber high-rise in Hamburg. It's not built on the waterfront, you know what you do. It's built in the water, so it's pretty cool. And so we said, okay, we built high and we built elegant, but we also built sustainable or circular, as we call it today. And you know what you see on the right top is doing all this metrics, you know, with a parametric, or you know, sometimes you even have it built into your CAD program already. You know what you do. You know what are the metrics in terms of carbon footprints, and as Simon mentioned earlier, also what the cost is, and you know they're very closely tied together. And yeah, so I mentioned already the big buildings, you know, mega trusses and exoskeletons. And you know, actually I also brought you a nice, cool project, which we're doing right now here in Cape Town. I'll show you some glimpses later on. And you know, here are some of the early schemes. It's kind of like nearly an exoskeleton. It's outside of the kind of like of the rentable floor area, but still encased with a glass curtain wall. And then, you know, just a little glimpse, I started my own business a year ago, and you know, specializing not just only on timber construction, but also on tall timber buildings. You know, you build them where they make sense, obviously. And I always like to say, you know, we do timber structures from 3 to 300 meters. So with Yadi, who was speaking before, we're reaching the 100-meter in all timber. So I can show you some images later. And then, you know, it's to conclude this little intro, let's say, is, you know, you work on design and on detailing. But it's also very crucial to look into manufacturing and how that's transported to site. And then obviously it's really cool with timber, how you manufacture or how you put it together, you can also disassemble it. So my personal point of view is that if you have a structure out of timber, you don't need to disassemble it, you know, because preferably it stays for quite some time, you know, as Reinhard was mentioning, the stave churches, early example. I did also study at Aho in Oslo back in 2005. And so please let it stand, and then, you know, all the claddings and mechanical and all that, the other stuff that can be disassembled, let's say. So I brought you 2 projects from Germany. You know, it's always fun to speak about German projects in this kind of context, out of Germany, out of Europe, because the engineering and the code and, you know, it's like the Swiss colleagues probably can feel that, and maybe the Scandinavians also, you know, it's just like over the top. You know, when I was in the US, drawing them 50-centimeter curtain walls or walls, outside walls, they were saying, "Hey, what the fuck? What, Sebastian? You know, what are you doing? What is this?" And it's like, well, this is a wall. So, you know, they do like 10, 15, 20 centimeters, and so bear with me with this big dimensions as like German engineering, let's say. So this is a project from, you know, being at CF Möller, a competition we won in Kassel, in the middle of Germany, and it's an all timber school. And, you know, so they actually won the competition, and then they came to me and Sebastian, you know, we have a 12-meter span, and we have F90 fire rating or fire resistance, and we have 10 kilonewton, 5 live load and 5 dead load. Can you help us? The client is, you know, they were in the negotiations for getting the contract, and so luckily we kind of like sneaked through, gave some good explanations how you built it. So luckily we were in and we got to build it. So these are some of the early renderings from the team. You know, it's you know, we brought very quickly the span down to 7.5 meters. Still quite challenging. Lots of timber going into this, but you know what's really cool with this school, so we call it a cluster school, so there's like a learning environment, there's different rooms, you can see a little bit on the image here, you know, different rooms, big, small, open, closed, loud, quiet, and so forth. And, you know, we also have a rooftop which is directly tied to, or like a green garden, kind of like an outdoor space next to your classroom, you know, so having kind of like connection to the environment. And so these are like, after a year or so, we're working with FastenApp on this with the structural engineers. It's clad with a terracotta facade. You see, you know, lots of setbacks. You'll see later in the detailed drawings and in the construction images. You know, I tried to convince them. You know, it would really cool if we could level the inside and the outside floor built up into the same level. And, you know, I try to say that, okay, we squeeze the floor built up on the terrace down to 30, 40 centimeters, and then we just have kind of like a raised floor, which is quite okay used in office buildings, but then the school was like, no, you can't have like 40 centimeter wasting all this space. So there was a lot, enough height in the project, but, you know, obviously it comes at a cost with more facade cladding and stuff. So, you know, fairly orthogonal with a little kink in the middle, and, you know, we only have the staircases and the elevator, like the cores being in concrete, and the shear walls are in concrete. Shear walls, they're spread out the floor plans here and there. And then, it's post and beam structure, which I mostly do. And, we had this discussion earlier, what's, with what Reinhard showed with how much material you use. Then, we have a linear, kind of like moving from left to right, the primary beams. And, with this set of 7.5 meters F90 rating, and also my colleague at CF Möller, she was demanding, let's say, it's going to be a rib panel, and I was like, okay, so how do you know the rib panel is the right solution? And so we ended up with the rib panel, so that was kind of like set. And, because they were insisting on this, and through the F90 rating, it's really a bit of a disadvantage, let's say, because you wrap the F90 rating, which is 75, 80 millimeters around the rib panel, so using a little of material. So, it still looks kind of elegant, because of the big span. And then, we are also debating where to put the MEP canal. We tried to set back the ribs from the primary beam, but that also didn't fly with the design team for some reason. And yeah, so, we have Rubner. I don't know if some of the Rubner guys are here in the room, but they're doing the installation, working with them quite a lot. And what you see on the left side is also quite nice, because we tried to do the connection details from timber to concrete in the same way as you do timber to timber, so the contractor was not really happy about this, because he had to pour a lot of consoles onto his wall, but they work out quite nice. And then we have on the right image, you for example see the columns are not stacked on top of each other level by level, so it's only 3-story school, so it's one continuous columns with a lot of milling on it. And then you see the big beams going into pockets and so forth. What really strikes me is what's actually done much better in Scandinavia, let's say, is, it's supposed to be a dry construction. But as you see on the image, it's not that dry, and it's always a hard time to convince the clients that it's better actually if you build a roof on top. There's the Scandinavians, they have a system called side cover. You build like a temporary setup. It's kind of like factory type thing with portal cranes and whatnot. It's really cool, but it's also cool expensive. But, so I don't know, maybe it works better in your context, having better weather, but I learned the last couple of days, the weather is quite unpredictable here in Cape Town. So, this is how it goes together. You see how the project is coming along. So the first, the right side is already kind of like set up from the structural frame, and putting on the facade panels. So it's starting to look quite nice, I would say. And then, the second project I want to show is a project for the Ministry of Environment in Berlin. A project I worked on. It's still in designing. It's pretty fun. We won the competition in 2020, so we're still designing this thing. It's kind of like German speed of engineering. Yeah. Anyway, so they really gave me a hard time. So it was the jurisdiction and the legislation. They were just calling for all kinds of certificates. Every second word was a certificate. So that was also kind of weird. Coming from the US, and so there was no certificate. Maybe there was like a LEED Platinum or something. And it's a really cool project, because it's in Germany. It's a Scandinavian design. And it's what the Germans love to do is kind of like this comp structure, So you have like offices like this, and this is for the ministry. So everybody has single office. We always call it a chicken stall, but this time the chicken stall is not arranged in this boring German design approach, but it's like this tree-like structure. It folds like back and forth. We have, I think, like 14 grid systems we had to fit in, so it was lots of angles and stuff. So since the site is very tight, we thought, it's a cool idea to put a green roof on top of the building because, we kind of like covered all the ground, so let's just put it on top. So that was actually not a good idea because it was so fucking heavy. So, it was pretty wild, because we ended up not doing a timber building, but it's more like a timber, not actually a concrete hybrid building. We'll see in a minute. So, but it looks cool on the images, and certainly the amount of PV panels, what you see on the ends, the blue areas, these are PV panels, and the PV panels that overtook the rooftop, it's always this collision of interests of energy protection, recreational areas, water storage, and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, so, we have kind of like for the money shot, as the Americans say, for the money shot on the two ends, we have some green on it. But we have 30 kilonewton on the roof, which we need to bring down, so it's quite a lot. So, we did extensive studies. On the left side, you see the base building, kind of like mineral building. And then, we evaluated with the whole team. So this is actually a system we developed with CGF architects for the Microsoft campus in Seattle. And, we have kind of like with this matrix, when I showed this a couple of years old. So nowadays there's more AI assistance, let's say. So some of my colleagues, especially it's pretty cool what you do with the Excel sheet, but so it's done in more contemporary ways, let's say. But then, we ended up, what do you see in the red box is kind of like a middle way, with all these different constraints we had with the roof and, cantilevers, connecting bridges and whatnot. So, it's, I go a little bit forward. So the center zone is all concrete and it twists and shapes and there's a lot of cutouts and, the structural engineers, they know this problem. If you come with a timber floor and you want to connect to the core and the core is like so perforated, there's no way to connect. So, and that's also what we faced here. So what we basically have, there's a long story, I can talk about this like for a day. But you ended up with a 6 meter span CLT only. We always try to not do timber concrete composite panels, even if they span a little bit longer. So it's always difficult in between, trying to explain the whole team. Well, let's just go shorter on 6 meters, let's say. And then you can make timber only panels. In this case, we ended up with a full CLT panel, 24 centimeters, that's quite massive. But we tried a box truss from Lignatur and Lignotrend and others, but unfortunately the procurement demanded a system which is more open, which has or offers more bidders. So the box truss system, there were two reasonable suppliers and that was not going through, so we had to come up with the second system. So that was a little bit unfortunate. And then, this is actually this exercise, with this time on the right, the base floor, and you see, like 55 centimeters. I don't know how thick your panel is. I love Jamie's example with the CLT, and then you glue hardwood eucalyptus on it as a floor, so you don't have a floor built up. So you just put the floor right on your CLT panel. So that's a good trick I learned here. And yeah, so then just the usual systems of box trusses, flat CLT panels, or DLT, NLT, whatever, and rib panels and so forth. And you see the different, what we ended up on the left side is 54 centimeters. Here is shown with concrete, is actually with a gravel on top. Concrete was gone after some time, but it's very competitive, in our standards, if we compare it to a concrete slab. And then, since we have a concrete slab in the middle, we leveled the rough floor underneath and above and finished floor on top with the concrete floor and what I mentioned before with the box truss. We still had it in the scheme, but it got kicked out at some point. And, you know, we tried to, you know, what Fabian was mentioning, you know, don't make too many details. So I think that's very good advice, you know, because here we try to have one column, one beam, one slab. And, you know, I've worked in the US with point-supported CLT panels. So for some reason, our structural engineer didn't let that through. So he was insisting on the beam. You know, it's a little bit, doesn't make so much sense to put like a small little beam in there and then have steel anchors on it and so forth. But, you know, you have CLT panel, gravel topping, and then you have the floor built up. In this case, it's wet due to the acoustics. So very high requirements. And then, you know, we have, it's kind of like an industrial graded CLT, and we put kind of like a very thin suspended ceiling, wood ceiling underneath, because we also had to connect the chicken stall walls, you know, from the single offices to the rough floor. If you have, you know, that would have been a little bit more difficult with the box truss system. And then, you know, just a couple images. This is the main assembly hall, also in timber. And that was also pretty fun. Fabian, that's a good project for you, you know, because the design team, they imagined, oh, we have one set of beams like this and the other one like that. So there was no, how do you say, rectangle or 90-degree angle in this case. And then, you know, just to, this is actually a project I did at Aho in Oslo. I bring this, you know, because it's very important that you, what we heard also today, to think about where the trees are coming from, you know, how do they grow, how fast, how much CO2 do they bind, how much water do they consume, all these aspects we discussed earlier. And this is a project with a scheme to work, how to work with post-industrial sites with no budget, you know, so it's called, you know, that was with Professor Charles Waldheim. He's one of the inventors of landscape urbanism, and, you know, it's landscape architecture plus urbanism plus a business case, let's say. In this case, our business case was the tree or a forest as a medium for change, you know, so we invented a couple of schemes how, you know, we come from kind of like a tree nursery into this lush landscape. You know, you start planting trees for different means, you know, for Christmas trees, for pulp industry, and you know, the trees also, they suck up heavy metals, phytoremediation, so that's all taken into account. And then, you know, flip you through a little bit quicker. You know, you come with this gridded structure. This is in Detroit. Sorry, I forgot to mention it's in Detroit. Fort Highland Park plant where they started to build a T model. So, you know, that's also quite cool. And then, you know, over time, you harvest, it's like 20, 30, 40-year cycle. And after a couple of years, you know, you start rearranging, planting more trees, more diverse species and so forth, and rearrange the geometry of the park. And eventually it grows into this, you know, into the neighborhood, let's say. And then, I think, yes, so this is all kind of like projects I worked for different firms. And now, just a little glimpse what's on the boards. So, you know, small little project, it's not that small, it's 10-unit housing block. It's kind of like a block infill. Unfortunately, we can't keep the building, the existing building, so we need to take it down and build a new one. And then we have a research proposal going in together with a Vertical Farm Institute in Vienna. So we heard also, I think, here from a colleague from the logistics, you know, it's looking into, is it possible to use timber in a greenhouse? You know, it's kind of, this one here is a blend of a greenhouse, you know, vertical farming combined with kind of like a market, a neighborhood center. But if you would use the timber in your greenhouse, you know, it's obviously very hot and very humid. So let's see, maybe I need to use some of your species for that. So, you know, it's Edelkastanie is a chestnut tree. It's kind of like a German product, or German tree species which would fit. And, you know, some people are debating whether you need to look into saunas or into swimming pools as a reference. Just a couple more images. And then, it's like a usual set of energy production with PV panels and wind turbines and water collection and these kind of things. And then, Jari didn't show it today, but it's really cool. What we're trying to do is to do a 100-meter tall tower without a concrete core. And, what he showed with the Vierendale truss with the glulam and CLT panels, we did the usual exercise. Okay, what you see here, there's still diagonals in the scheme. And maybe I go forward, you can better see. We have two huge trusses this way and that way. They're 12 meters apart. And, we started with a normal truss with diagonals, but then we figured, oh, shoot, there's so much steel going in this thing. And then it was pretty cool because Jari just called and it's like, Sebastian, I have a new idea. We just use CLT panels instead of diagonals and steel. And so suddenly it was not just freed of concrete, but it was also freed of steel. And it's all timber tower. And, so there's also like timber curtain wall going in and whatnot. And you see there's, the pockets, they're 12 by 12 meters. And this is also a scheme I like to show is, there's lots of urban sprawl in all parts of the world. So, there was this German politician, Robert Habeck, he was telling people, no, you can't build single family homes anymore. And it's like, that's maybe not so smart. But maybe you tell people not to build them on land, but stack it up into a timber structure. It can be steel or concrete, I don't care. But it's kind of like a single family home. And on the corners, you see these are terraces, 6 by 6 meters lifted up. So it's kind of, imagine you have your row house in the waterfront or so, and you have a little garden. Just, put it a little bit higher up in your timber structure, in your timber shelf. So that's what we are proposing. Here a couple more detailed floor plans. And, you can do, this is a little bit wild, with fairly articulated thermal skin, let's say. But you can do it a little bit more boxy, more German on the left bottom, let's say. And then, okay, so now sorry, I'm running a little bit over, but I have one really cool project. One more. A bamboo tower, not just working on timber, different species, but also on bamboo. We're trying to do also feasibility study together with Arab for the German market. Here feasibility study for a 30-meter tall viewing tower for urban development in St. Louis, Missouri. And now, so this one here, fresh from the press. I don't have the latest images, unfortunately, but what we are trying to do to show here with our local partners from SMEC Engineering is we took one of the hotels in downtown, the Cresta Hotel, and we built, I think I have one more image, yeah. We built, we horizontally extended it forward. It has this funny shape of the plus shape, so every side is brought forward by 6 meters. We stack 4 more levels on top, and then, that's also what I learned from the Americans is it's a high-rise until you put a crown on it, and then it's a skyscraper. So, okay, so that's kind of like what we do. And, it's like bars and restaurant and pool and whatnot. So putting this on top, and I think I have the last image. Sorry. Okay, a flow plan, and then, it's like green terraces and heat island effect and biophilic, looking at green and all this stuff, what you have. This is the crown, see, it's quite substantial. The existing building is 14,000 square meters gross floor area, and we put 7,000 more on it in hotel rooms and 1,500 on the crown. So it's pretty cool, and this is how it should look like. And if you want to hear more about it, we have this event tomorrow at 4 p.m. at SMEC's office. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Sebastian, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. That was fun.
Hats off to you. You had fun, and they were actually listening and clapping and chuckling. So the last speaker of the day, you did very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And to all of you, I am amazed that there are so many people that are still here. Thank you very much, guys. It's very good that you stayed. I've done my part for the day. I'm going to give over to Roger now, and Roger will end this day officially. So thank you very much for you all that came out here, that have fought the traffic, sat out, and been here for us. Thank you very much, and maybe we'll see one another in a year's time again. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, yeah. All right, I won't keep you long, but the ones that have been here before, like many of you, I usually do a quick poll, short Menti, so just to that. First, before the thanks, there is a QR code which you can scan. If your phone can't get it from the back rows, you also can go to menti.com, menti.com, and type in the code on the top, and you end up at the same. So we first have just a quick login question. It's just 2 questions, this and another one. Yeah, would love to get some response and feedback, which works already very good. So my focus will be a little bit on the outlook. As I said earlier, a celebration is not just about looking backwards, but it's also looking ahead, setting the ambition, setting the new goals for the next 15 years, which I'm very curious of and excited. And I love the industry we're at. I love what we have done in the past 15 years. And I think that's something that, I don't know, is something probably most pleasant in working, to move ideas, to create something with people, to move an industry that also benefits the broader spectrum of good, which I really enjoy, and you are all part of this, which is really great. That's a good feedback on the question. Thank you very much. So we'll move to the next question. This we'll keep, and now I really would like to look how you would rate the readiness of our industry in South Africa for taking timber to mainstream in the next 15 years. So if we look at the last 15 years, we took it from kind of niche to nowhere to the discussion in big projects where people are actually asking, hey, can we also get a quote in timber? Is it feasible? Can we calculate on it? I would love to see what area. I'm sure that it's not the final list, but I couldn't just put 20 parts, but so I just picked 7 parts. I would be interested in what your take on the readiness of our industry in South Africa, because obviously it will give us a little bit also an idea of what areas we should look at and what areas is, in your opinion, takes a little bit more work on the next 15 years to really make sure we can take this big leap and start creating more, developing more, and yeah, I'm very excited in 15 years that what project we've done by then. I'll probably almost go to pension then, but 15 years, 40, 50. Time runs for everyone the same. All right, we get government regulatory support, apologies, which is probably at the least readiness. I do like to add here, I've had the privilege also to meet Eddie last year and the year before, and I think it's for CapeTown now a really good deputy mayor. I'm curious where he will take us. And I feel we got his support. It'll be our job also to expand that kind of support maybe in the rest of South Africa, in other regions where we also open to collaborate to get that part further onwards. Investor confidence, I really liked also. I think on that part we can touch up on the speech which we had on how to convince investors. I mean, we've seen that in Europe also. You talk to investors, for us it's clear, well, we can use timber, but actually we come with our idea and for us it's just clear timber, but actually our job maybe is not done properly, and we really need to go that extra mile to take out that risk and to give more certainty on what projects can cost. So I really like that, and we can work on that. I think that also applies a lot for the region here. Thank you very much for your replies. We almost got 300 feedbacks already. 280, what is it? 285, 244 of 285. Thank you very much. At this point, I would first thank all the speakers that came here. I really appreciate. I know it's sometimes challenge, also not for everyone English is a mother tongue. So I really appreciated that you actually took the step just to come here and do this. Your support is greatly appreciated. So a big shout out first to all the speakers that make this conference actually to what it is, the content. And then also to our Master of Ceremonies, Hanu, as every year, thank you for leading and guiding us through the conference. I appreciate your help, your support since the beginning, and a big applause also on your side. Thank you very much. And lastly but not last, Saida, she's out there, very busy as usual, but I think after tonight she'll be a little relieved. She does tremendous work with the help of our team in Switzerland, but she is the spearhead down here. Most of you talk to her when you have any questions. She organizes with the CTICC, she organizes with the technology, with the speakers. She makes my job very easy. I come here and can do the easy part, say hello and goodbye, and I really appreciate her help. Saida, I hope you hear me. Big applause to Saida, David. And then to the CTICC Technology, thank you very much for the support, for catering, and now to all of you, I wish you a wonderful evening. Some of you have registered for the after conference party, the anniversary party. We'll see you later downstairs all the way down, and I look forward to see you there. The rest of you, I wish a wonderful trip home. Hopefully not too much traffic. Myself, I also had 2 hours, 20 minutes this morning from Stellenbosch, so I hope this afternoon will be better. But I guess it's CapeTown at this time, so anyway, thank you very much for being part of this. I look forward to see you all. Have a good night. Thank you very much.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.